very much alike.
Alright, let's get this show started, shall we? Giant snowy wave. For everybody hanging out, how are you all doing? I hope you're all doing well, and happy Thursday. It's Thursday. You can actually turn off the sound. Give me a second. I have to talk to Diz about something. Bear with me 1 minute.
All right. I'll tell you the truth.
Alright, I'm back. Thank you all for being patient. Thanks. Okay, so we're here. We're here and we're doing things. Oh, I feel like I've been so busy today. How are you all doing? Yeah, bear with me. Hi, Pixelated. Hi, Lord Gosen. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. I'm actually kind of out of shape. I haven't worked out since March of last year. I had to cancel my gym membership, which sucks because I used to go to the gym 4 to 6 days a week, I think. I used to work out a lot. I used to weightlift. I used to do like deadlifting and squats and all that. But the pandemic happened and is still happening, and I just don't feel safe enough to sign up for the gym again. So it is what it is. But thank you. Vinius, good to see you. Pixelated Soul, Alice, welcome, welcome. Rulask, happy Thursday. Michigans, how are you? John, good to see you. Chicken Nugget, welcome back. But yeah, thank you. Yeah, we had the weekly today, as Alice mentioned. If you missed it, basically, it was right before the stream started at 11 a.m. Pacific time, and it went for a couple hours, and we did the weekly. So the weekly, if you're not aware, is an official Twitch-produced gaming talk show. And usually there's 2 hosts that run the show, and I got to co-host today's show with Okadrian, and it was awesome. Lots of really good energy, great guests, great gameplay, great everything. So very solid show today. If you missed that, the VOD I did post in the Discord already. You can also just go to twitch.tv/twitchgaming and check the VOD there. So if you missed it, you can tune in. Highly recommend. But otherwise, that's really about it. We're back here now. I also didn't stream yesterday and Tuesday because of preparation required for the weekly. So my last stream before now was on Monday, which we almost finished. We did Immortals Phoenix Rising. We almost finished the New God DLC. We should finish it next time. Like, we're so close. But anyway, today we're doing Yakuza 5, so I hope you're all excited for that. You can tell, Gosen, thank you. Yeah, it was a great show. I'm glad you got to catch it. Again, if you didn't, the VOD is available, but it was really good. Yeah, Sweet Tails was awesome. Susu was awesome. The devs for Road 96, the devs for Humankind. Everybody was really cool to talk to, and I think it was overall just a great show today. So, again, if you missed it, check it out. Other than that, today we're doing Yakuza 5. This is a regular stream, so 4 hours minimum, 5 hours if we extend. And we're continuing my first playthrough of Yakuza 5 today. If you missed Monday's stream, we did Immortals Phoenix Rising. There was no stream yesterday or Tuesday. And then tomorrow, Friday, I'm actually not streaming because I'm gonna kind of take a breather. I'm still working my other job, but no stream. And then Saturday, we're gonna have our streamathon, which I didn't have in July because we had so much going on last month in terms of visitors, because Diz and I had visitors just staying with us last month. We had Sky and my sister-in-law came over. And then Theo was here for a few days too, so there was a lot of interruptions, and so we didn't have a streamathon in July. But it's back for this month on this coming Saturday. Usually, if you don't know, I do a streamathon once a month. It's where basically the community controls how long I stream. So on Saturday, it could become a 15-hour long non-stop stream, or however long, you know, up to 15 hours. Usually the timer starts at 2 hours, and extra support will add time to the timer. So if you're able to, and you can afford to do so, and you want to, you can contribute extra to the stream, and that'll add time to how long I stream on Saturday. That includes subs, resubs, gifted subs, bits, and tips on Saturday. So really exciting stuff. We always have a good time. And that starts at 8 a.m. Pacific time. So that's really early for some of you. But it's a great chance to just hang out, and we'll see. If we don't get any extra support, then it'll just be a 2-hour stream on Saturday. But otherwise, that's what we have planned. I'll be doing Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and maybe sneaking in some Immortals. We're so close to finishing that DLC, I kind of want to finish it. But yeah, that's the plan. Hey Sky, how are you? Yeah, we did the charity streams last month too. Yeah, July was a really busy stream, or busy month. So there was a lot going on, so that's why I couldn't do the streamathon last month. But we're back at it this month. I'm excited. We have a lot to cover, because I feel like I haven't streamed very much in the last like month and a half. My schedule has been very all over the place, so I'm looking forward to streaming more, because I just haven't been able to, and so that will be the plan on Saturday. John, enjoy your lurk. Sky, you're doing good? Sweet. Well, welcome. We're gonna go through announcements, doing some more Yakuza today. I'm excited. Yakuza Day is always great. So other announcements. Don't forget that we're talking with Dr. Neuro again. So if you all haven't heard yet, we have scheduled a third talk. This is going to be part 3 of our conversations with Dr. Neuro Fourier, who is the Global Health Advisor to the U.S. Department of State. His titles are PhD, MD, and PH. Like, he's a smart person. He knows what he's talking about, and he also specializes in epidemiology, infectious diseases, and neurology. So he knows what's up, and he's gone through, I don't know if gone through is the right phrase, more like he's been an expert in the HIV, Ebola movements, is that the right word? I'm struggling to find the words today. And now, of course, COVID-19. He's definitely been studying that. And earlier this year, back in April and May, he actually sat down with us here on my channel and chatted with us about COVID-19. We also talked about Stop Asian Hate, because he is also Chinese American, just like me. And so we did talk about Stop Asian Hate as well, but we did also address, you know, COVID-19, the vaccines, the pandemic, you know, everything that has affected everybody's lives in the past, you know, year and a half. So, just like last time, you can submit questions. So if you're not aware, that is actually available now. Did my chat die? What's going on? Did I not turn on this command? Give me a second. I thought I did. Yeah, it's enabled. Did I make it too long? Did Twitch chat die? Hi, Rulesque. This is weird. Okay, maybe the neuro chat command's too long. Damn it. I think it's too long. Let's see here. Let me try to, like, fix this. Okay, let's see if I can get this to work. I was like, this is so... There we go. I pulled it up. I think the reason it wasn't working is because it was too much. The text was too much. But I fixed it. There it is. There's the information. Hey, Samo, you got your second vaccine shot on Monday. Nice! Did you have any other side effects? How did it go? Hey, Dusk Nightmare, welcome to the stream. How are you today? But yeah, as I was just saying, I was fixing the chat command, sorry. But there it is. Mark your calendars. I can't talk today. Mark your calendars and tune in on Friday, September 10th, 3 p.m. Pacific time. As I said, Dr. Neuro is sitting with us to chat and basically follow up to what we talked about back in April and May about COVID and the vaccines and the pandemic. So just like last time, we're collecting questions, and if you look at that chat command, there should be some links in there. You can watch part 1 and 2. Those links go to my YouTube, where I uploaded the first 2 talks. And then part 3 has a submission form for questions already. So if you have any questions about developments since April and May of this year surrounding COVID and the pandemic and vaccines, then feel free to fill that out. I do recommend watching part 1 and 2 if you haven't. Really informative. I learned a lot during those conversations, and I hope you can too. So definitely check those out. And if you want to spread the word, that last link is my tweet that includes a nice little poster. So again, Friday, September 10th, be here. Come hang out, ask questions. You know, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a good talk. We definitely miss Dr. Neuro, so it'll be nice to have him back on the show. Dusk, how am I doing today? I'm pretty good. Pretty good. We just started, so I'm going through announcements, and then we're going to dive into Yakuza 5, which I'm still working on my first playthrough. But you're doing good. Glad to hear. Welcome to the stream. Samo, your arm hurt like hell. You're still a little tired. Yeah. That's normal, I would say. The kind of fatigue sticks around for a bit. I remember I had that too. But that's awesome. You know, in 2 weeks, you'll be considered fully vaccinated. Though I will say they are proposing, at least here in the US, 3rd shots, booster shots, within 8 months of the 2nd shot. So, Diz's aunt and uncle, who we kind of have a group text chat with, they texted us earlier this week that they got their 3rd booster shot already. So, they're already giving those out. But they're older, they're over 65, so maybe it's just for the more risky demographic, I guess. Dusk, thanks for the drink. I appreciate it. Got some water. I don't have any tea today, I'm just having water. I had a cup of tea this morning, so. Hey Jose, how are you today? Chicken Nugget, you're getting your 2nd vaccine shot tomorrow. Nice! Hope it goes well. That's exciting. That's exciting to me. But no, we might be getting our 3rd shot sometime. I know that means that Diz and I would have to get our 3rd shot before January. Because that would be 8 months after our 2nd shot. You don't know if you can watch September 10th, Samo. You're traveling east for your aunt's funeral. Oh shit. I'm so sorry for your loss. Lots of love to you and your family. Yeah, don't sweat it. Like, if you can't make it on September 10th, please don't stress out about it. You can always watch the VOD after, and if you submit questions via the form, we'll answer them during the show, and you can always catch up after, you know, to get an answer to your question, if you're curious. John, thanks for the dab. Well, bam! There's your dab. Thank you. Okay, where were we on announcements? So yeah, mark your calendars for that. September 10th is 3 weeks? Yeah. Roughly 3 weeks away. 3 weeks from tomorrow. My birthday's coming up, by the way. That's still mind-blowing to me. Anyway, other announcements. Our August giveaway, sponsored by Blue Microphones, is still live for August. So if you're interested, we run a monthly giveaway sponsored by Blue Microphones. They will send you, if you win, they will send you the product directly. It doesn't go through me. But it's a lot of fun and it's really cool. And if you don't know Blue Microphones, they make quality microphones and audio accessories, and I still use their stuff now. Like, this is all blue right here. Blue Microphones, I highly recommend. If you enjoy, I don't know, the way I sound, I guess, the quality, maybe not necessarily the way I sound. Some people might not like my voice, but if you like the quality, right, you can get it too. Blue makes anywhere from starter microphones all the way to studio level recording microphones that musicians use. So really cool stuff. Whatever you need for your audio setup, Blue Microphones has got you covered. And we do have a monthly sponsored giveaway courtesy of them, where you have the chance to win a Blue Microphones product. So feel free to check that out. We'll draw the winner at the beginning of September. That's blue. It looks kind of black to you. Hey, please, Sleepy. I'm talking about the brand here. Blue actually stands for something. Like, I know you see BLUE. The BLUE actually stands for something in the company's name. I don't know if you knew that. I forget exactly what it stands for. But yeah. Fun fact. I didn't know about it till couple years ago, I think, is when I found out blue actually stood for something. It's like something, I want to say Latvian. The L is Latvian, but I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that. Your aunt was almost 80 years old and died while sleeping. Oh shit. Well, it still sucks. I'm sorry, Samo. I'm glad she was able to go peacefully. You know, may she rest in peace. And all the love to you and your family in general, but you know, it still sucks to go through that, so. Anyway, oh hey, there you go. Thank you, Sky. Thank you, Pixelated, being my Google. I told you, I was right. Latvian. The L is Latvian. So yeah, blue actually stands for something, so fun fact. I didn't even know that personally. Hey look, everybody's being Google right now. Oh hey, oh, I killed it on the weekly today. Well, thank you for coming in to say hello. Thank you. That was actually my 4th time hosting the weekly. I'm still a newbie at the whole on-camera hosting deal. I enjoyed a ton, and I'm learning a lot as I go every time they bring me back on, but thank you. It's always exciting to see people come in after, and for people saying that I did an awesome job. It's always very confidence boosting, very motivating, so thank you. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, if you're new here, I'm Snowlit. Usually I stream 5 days a week, but the past month and a half, really, my schedule has been all over the place because of several commitments and real life and everything. But usually I stream 5 days a week. I try to. And I do a lot of action games and adventure games, RPGs. Anything that's story driven is usually my jam. As you can see today, we are doing Yakuza 5. Which I started, I think 2 weeks ago now. Usually I do Yakuza once a week. I usually have like 3 to 4 games that I'm working on simultaneously, and I stream them throughout the week. So it's not the same game every single day, but we do visit the games every week and try to make as much progress as we can. It's a little difficult sometimes because I get distracted easily. Dusk Nightmare, take care. Thanks for dropping in. Hope to see you again soon. Have a good rest of your evening. Hey Hotshot, how are you today? Welcome, welcome. You just wanted to do it too, Alice? There you go. Well, thank you all. But yeah, that's what we're all about. I'm all about chill streams here. I'm pretty low-key in general. I just kind of hang out and play games. And we have great conversations and chat about all sorts of stuff. But otherwise, you know, if you're digging chill vibes and you like really cool people in an awesome community, highly recommend you stick around. Hit the follow button if you haven't yet. And yeah, just hang out. My stream's apparently really good background noise. That's what people have told me. If they need something to listen to while they're doing some homework or work or playing games, you know. So yeah. Sleepy, you would qualify Yakuza being side story driven more than story driven, you know? Yeah, that's true. I can't argue with that. We are very chill, super chill, the most chill. You're good, hotshot, tired. You don't like 9-hour work days. That is pretty rough. I understand. How am I doing? I'm great. Lots of good energy today. Hosting the weekly always puts me in a good mood after, so. It's like guaranteed dopamine with the weekly. So, anyhow, am I done with announcements? I think I did. I talked about the schedule, talked about Dr. Neuro's discussion on September 10th. Again, he's joining us. Mark your calendars. The giveaway. Yeah, I think we're set. Oh, extending the stream. That's the last thing. Today is a regular stream, so 4 hours minimum today. 5 hours if we extend. So I usually have daily goals. And if we meet one of them, then I will stream an extra hour to make it a 5-hour stream. So really cool stuff. It's a great way to support the stream a little extra beyond just watching. Of course, just watching the stream is a ton of support, so don't underestimate how much you're already supporting the stream. But if you do have the extra funds to spare, it is massively appreciated. Helps me keep doing what I do here, and we get more time together if we meet the goals. So really cool things. These goals are at least 5,000 total bits today, or at least 10 brand new subs, or at least 50 in tips. And those are all completely optional. Just gonna repeat that. But otherwise, yeah, check that out. If we hit 4 hours of live stream time and we haven't met any of the goals yet, then I will end the stream, wrap things up. If we have, then I'll keep going until 5 hours. That's how it works. So anytime you want to check how close we are, we do have that chat command, exclamation mark, extend. Extend. The closed captions didn't capture it. Hi Freak, welcome to the stream. Or I guess I'll just call you Nick. It feels weird calling you Freak, but... Hey Dawn, you're excited for another Dr. Neuro session. I know! Well, it's been a few months, and I feel like developments around COVID and the vaccines and just the pandemic in general have changed. So I feel like it's time to I felt like it was time to catch up and just to get some clarification on things. But yeah, I'm glad you're excited. I'm excited too. We've already had quite a few questions submitted. Again, you have basically until September 10th, so it's like another 3 weeks to ask those questions. If you forget or think of questions after you've submitted some, you can definitely go back and fill in the form again. There's nothing against multiple submissions, so just make sure your questions are appropriate, because we are going to skip inappropriate questions. Hey Sailor Peter, you finally got around to beating Crystar, doing final trophy cleanup, and reaching max level, collecting the record from 3 enemies, also petting the dog. What game? You thought of a new question. Heard that, Batch? No, Batch has actually asked like a ton of questions already. I love it. Alright, that's it. We're gonna dive into gameplay now. Let me know how you all are doing. I feel like it's been a while since I've seen you all. I guess it kind of has, because I haven't seen you all since Monday. Anybody have a good week so far? Anything good? Anything happening? Oh, I need to give an update. Our next 3 animated emotes are coming very soon. I thought it would be like another week until we get them, but it's gonna be nice. We're getting them most likely by tomorrow. I'm kind of keeping an eye on my phone in case the animation artist gets back to me. But we should have them very soon, like by tomorrow. I would say. I don't know why I said that. I would guess. I wanted to say guess and say at the same time, and it came out as gay. I can't talk today. You would think I would be able to talk after talking for 2 hours on the weekly and hosting, but no, I still stumble on my words. That's me. You were making a reference to not asking inappropriate questions. Oh, my bad. Your tummy hurts? No, what did you eat? Is it a food tummy hurt? Tummy ache? The number of questions asked by Batch is not what surprises you. It's the fact that none were inappropriate. Crystar is an action RPG from Spike Chunsoft. Huh. Never heard of it. That's cool. Very cool. Better to forget how to talk now than on the show. That's true. That's true. I gotta, like, make sure I get my priorities in order, you know? John, you pre-ordered Tales of Arise. Oh, I heard of that. You played the demo yesterday. It was amazing. That's cool. I haven't really had a chance to check out the gameplay, but I've heard of it. Like, I know a few folks kind of in my circles are playing it and streaming and stuff. At least the demo, so. Hi Jezebel, how are you today? Happy Thursday, folks. You're just in time for gameplay, because we're pretty much done with announcements. So we're probably going to dive into that, unless you all have anything else you want to talk about. We should be diving in. Let's see here. Start my captured card. And we're good. Chris Tales is amazing. You have it. Chris Tales is pretty good. I haven't had a chance to check it out, personally. But I've heard good things. Speaking of forgetting how to talk, today during a meeting you kept randomly switching between French and English. That's cool though. It just shows how fluent and like seamlessly you can think and speak in those languages. Because for some people they have to like stop and kind of switch gears in their head, you know? I think it's really cool that if you can switch between them kind of seamlessly in general. I don't think it's a bad thing. Hey Elpida! Yeah, happy Yakuza and Kiryu Day. I am doing good, thank you. How are you? How are you? What brand is my beanie? It's actually Twitch. I was wearing all my Twitch stuff today. See? It's a Twitch branded beanie. I don't know if you can get this specific one on the Amazon merch store. You all can look. They should still, maybe still have this. I got this at the last TwitchCon in like 2019. It has a little Twitch glitch symbol here. So, it's like a dull kind of mahogany purple, I think. It's really comfy. Actually, all the beanies I have are comfy. Anytime I wear a beanie on stream, they're so comfy. It's the only headgear I wear. Any other hat and my head looks big, to be honest. Oh, you like the color? Yeah, it's like a kind of like a mahogany purple. I feel like it's like a mahogany color. At least that's what, or like a plum purple. Plum's probably a better description. Your inner monologue is a combo of French, English, and some basic Spanish and very basic German, with a word of Mandarin and Japanese thrown in once in a while. Sounds like a party. Sleepy. It's like a party in your head. That's what it sounds like. Oh, you have the same beanie. Yeah, pixelated. It is very comfy, isn't it? I love beanies. I'm the beanie life here. But yeah, it's super comfy. It's my Twitch beanie. I'm pretty sure I got it at TwitchCon. Right? Is that where you got it pixelated? I think it was at 2019 TwitchCon. Yeah, you can get the beanies. Shin! Thank you!
I cannot believe I have reached 5 years. I remember back when I joined the first time, you were playing Skyrim.
Aww.
So many games were played, so many discussions in depth, funny ones, some about food. So many memories, that I never
want to forget. It got cut off because it was too long. But thank you, Shen! Holy shit! 60 months! That is 5 whole years. And at tier 3. What the heck? Thank you, Shin. I can't believe it! Welcome to the 5-year sub-badge club. I don't have a fancy name for it. Not a lot of people have the 5-year badge right now. Look how gorgeous it is beside your username. I love it. But thank you, Shin. Happy 5 years. How you doing today? What was I doing? What was the last thing I was doing? We're on chapter 2. Oh, we have to work because we're a taxi driver. Huh. Pretty sure it was TwitchCon. That you can find it on Amazon's merch page. Yeah, I think they do sell it. It's pretty good. It's comfy. It's like a, what is the word? Knitted. It's a knitted beanie. So it's got the kind of, what's it called? Rib? Crew? I don't know
17 months with the best community, slowly working my way to 5 years.
Oh, Sleepy. Thank you. Happy 17 months. Honestly, don't feel intimidated, you know, by people pressing massive resubs. The fact that you've been subbed for 17 months, like that's no small feat, you know, to stick with a community and to continue to come back time after time. 17 months in a row. That's dedication. Thank you. Sleepy, I really appreciate it. Thank you for 17 months. Welcome back. All the hype. The 5-year badge is your favorite, Alice, yeah? It is really pretty. I like it. I actually like the 4-year one because it's light purple. That's my jam. Alright, I guess we should go to work. It's daytime. Time to go to work. Kiryu's a working man. So we're actually on chapter 2. I don't remember where we left off or what happened. We were fighting, I think. We were just I should honestly go north. We were leveling last time. Is a hype train soon? Is there a hype train soon? Are we gonna kick off a hype train for Kiryu? Yeah, we have to do with his exam. That's right. We were smarter than the library. Ooh! Oh! That was my first time watching that heat action. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know how I feel about it. Holy shit. Oh, we gotta watch it again.
Hype.
Hype. I don't know. That's... Hold on.
Guys, don't forget the Majima Fund is still going. We need to help Majima. Please donate.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Alice. Thank you, Lauren, for that 5-month resub. Did we set off a hype train? Holy crap. Thank you. How are you, Lauren? I hope you're having a good week so far. Thanks for dropping in. Welcome. And Alice with the 500 biddies. Holy crap. Thank you. You contributed to an apparent hype train that we have. If you're all curious, whenever you sub, resub, give subs, or tier at least 100 bits, you contribute to the hype train. And bits, by the way, are the way you want to go if you want to unlock our incoming new night emotes. We're getting some new night emotes. Let me actually give you all an update. I haven't given you all an update yet. Because we have night emotes coming. So, let me show you a preview. Let me show you this preview. Maybe this will make people cheer bits, because you have to use bits to get to these. But his eyes are chroma keyed a little, but this is one of our night emotes coming. Look at him. He is so precious. The other side's going to be fade, but this one's night. And he is super cute. Look at him. He's so pitiful. But yeah, that's one of the new emotes coming. And you will have to cheer bits, because it's going to be one of the bit tier emotes that are incoming. We'll eventually get these emotes. It's a little slow with the artist, but I don't mind. It's going to make all the difference when we finally get the emotes. But yeah. Look forward to it. Thank you, Sky, for the 200 bitties. So we do have those incoming emotes. There's emote slots for each tier of bit badges.
I've already unlocked them all, but what the heck? Take my bitties snowy battle snowy you.
Thanks, Hotshot, for the 500 biddies you contributed to the hype train. And brought us closer to extending today's stream. Sky as well with the 200 bits. If you're wondering, you do need to cheer. If you want to unlock all of the incoming bid emotes, you do need to cheer, and I kid you not, 400,000 bits. That's a lot, I know. If you don't have that much cheered yet here, but you want to eventually, the emotes will give you some incentive. You know, you'll unlock them if you cheer a certain number of bits as you go, and it supports me extra, and they're just a lot of fun, so that's what that's all about. But we have all these emote slots that we just haven't filled yet, so that's why they're all going to those. It's going to be a lot of fun. It'll be a reason for you to cheer bits if you didn't want to cheer bits before, because you didn't think it was worth it, or you didn't think there was nothing, you know, you didn't get anything in return for it. You'll have emotes to unlock when you cheer bits, so it'll be nice. Thank you all. Nick, you're glad I'm playing Yakuza 5. It's on your top 3 favorite Yakuza games. I've been enjoying it. A lot of people tell me 5 is really good. So, we only just started. We're like on chapter 2. That was brutal, wasn't it? Alice, you can't watch it? Yeah. I don't know how... That was my first time seeing that heat action. We unlocked it last stream, I think. We unlocked that heat action. Didn't we? And so... I was like, this could be interesting. Alice was telling me how it's hard to watch it, so... And apparently, QDU did it twice in a row. Hotshot, you have homemade pickles. Oh, that sounds good. Wait, how do you home make pickles? Like the fermentation process? Is that how you home make it? Hey, Page Fault, how are you today? Welcome back. Welcome back. Oh, thanks, Jezebel. No problem. No problem. You'll still get to see them here. So, 400,000 bits. Challenge accepted. Oh, Luna. Holy crap. Luna. Yes. Doll. A whole shot, you got my smile in return. That was all you needed. You're too sweet. Thanks, Hotshot. You wish you could turn that heat action off? Yeah, that was kind of hard to watch. Luna, thank you, though. You just wanted to be part of the train. Hell yeah. I'm shedding hair. Give me a second. But thank you so much, Luna. How you doing? Thank you for gifting a sub to the community. You ended up gifting a 6-month resub to Germski. I don't know if Germski's here. Germski was here on Monday, I think. But thank you so much, Luna. I really appreciate it. How are you today? How's your week? Yeah, we got a hype train rolling. But welcome back. Thanks. Alright, I was gonna go to work. That's what I was doing. I'm going to work. Everybody just wants to pick a fight. I can't go to work in peace. Well, that's rude. What's your problem, dude? What is wrong with you? Ow. Oh god, why do we do this every time? Why is that the only heat action we keep seeing? That is just terrible. Can't watch. Oh, really? People just want an asphalt shave. Doesn't it only happen if they're like face down? I think it only happens when they're face down. We need to not make them face down. Holy shit. God. I think we've seen it like 5 times in the last like 3 minutes. We have a lot of plates. Oh wait. Wait. There's a... We should go down south before we go to work. because there is a side quest I missed, and it's near the pawn shop, which I have like 3 plates to sell. So we're gonna go south, actually. Okay. Hey, Jermski! Yeah, welcome back to the Snow Army. And thank you, Luna. Out of curiosity, have I ever played Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity? Not yet. I was going to. Have you played it, Luna? Do you like it? I was going to. Because it's kind of like an in-between story between Breath of the Wild and the sequel, right? No, I haven't yet. Oh, you're playing it right now. Is it good? Do you like it? Shin, thank you. Oh, Sleepy. Looks like the hype train ended. Thank you all. I really appreciate you all. And the extra support. You're all fantastic. Oh, you never heard of Yakuza, Luna? Yakuza's really good. This is a game series that... Wow, there's actually like 3 side quests. Okay. It's a story-driven game, and it is set in Japan, as you can see, or it is a fictional depiction of a real district in Tokyo, I guess. But yeah, it's basically Japan, and you're following the story of this guy that we're playing. He's essentially the protagonist in all the games from 0 through 6, which is 7 total games. But yeah, he's basically ex-Yakuza, and he keeps getting pulled back into the mafia world. Of course, it's one of those cases of like, once you're in, it's hard to get out kind of thing. He's always roped in, one reason or another. But it's a lot of fun. The story is very well written. Lots of really good writing in terms of the plot. The characters are great. They're well developed in every game. And then the side quests are like, they're just outrageous. They're really a different tone from the main story. The main story is dramatic. It's serious. And then the side quests are very funny and out of this world and not what you would expect. So it's great. Varax, it's good to see you. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. First time was good. Every time's a bit much. I agree. It is terrible. What the heck? Yakuza is the best game series of all time. I said it. Yeah, I really enjoy it. I think it's probably my favorite game series too, actually. So, you start with cucumbers and your mom makes the pickle juice. So you put the cubes in and let it sit for a few days. And then you get pickles. Huh. Interesting. I didn't know that. What goes into the pickle juice? Is it like something acidic? I feel like it'd be like lemon juice or something. I don't know. Luna, you're liking Age of Calamity, especially because of the story. You were not a fan of the gameplay, but now you're enjoying more than you expected. So I guess you're saying to play more than just the beginning, and you might like it. Right? This old dude, he's so old. He's not old. He's not old. Mission boy.
It's great to see your smiling face.
Thank you.
I hope that all is well, and as always, keep up the amazing vibes and positivity.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Happy 56 months and at tier 3. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I'm feeling good today. Still at the grind as usual. But otherwise, overall good day. Thank you so much for dropping in. I hope you've had a good week. And that you've been doing well too. Thank you. Just an average taxi driver's life. Just average. He does have a heart of gold. I agree. What's going on here, Varaxis? We're doing some more Yakuza 5. We have a side quest now. We're going to be side questing a bit. Yeah, I highly doubt they'd be driving a flower parade car around this time of year. I'm telling you, I saw one. There was even a blinky red light on the roof.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure what you saw was a taxi. That's the only explanation I can think of. A taxi with a blinking red light? Excuse me. What?
Huh?
Oh, shoot. Can we help you, sir? I don't mean to interrupt, but can you tell me about this taxi you saw? Don't mind me, just eavesdropping. Well, she says she saw a taxi with a blinking red light, right? Yeah. What do you call those lights taxis have on the roof? Anyway, the taxi I saw had one of those. Like a siren? I told her I've never seen anything like that before. I saw it, I swear. Maybe it only happens to people who are lucky. Ooh, maybe we should go buy a lottery ticket. You two get to learn something today. Huh? The light you see on a taxi's roof, that usually means it's not carrying a passenger, correct? Oh, right. But in an emergency, you make it blink red to warn those around you that something's wrong. Like what? For example, if the driver is attacked by a thief, they can press a button to silently call for help. This is interesting, I didn't know this. Seriously? So that taxi I saw. Where did you see it? It was stopped on Nagasu Boulevard, north of the intersection up ahead. That was a little while ago now though, so it might already be gone. It's probably too late to call the police now. I'll go and check it out myself. I'll go and take a look. Can you notify the police, just in case? Are you sure you're gonna be alright, dude? Drivers always come to help anyone showing that signal, even when it's another company. I didn't know this, yeah. Oh, so you're a taxi driver too? Dang, I straight up thought you were Yakuza. I mean, that explains why you know so much. Be careful then. Don't judge a book by its cover. Kiryu is the best taxi driver. He's not Yakuza. Why are people so quick to judge? Jeremsky, you have 200 hours in Age of Calamity. Oh, damn. That would be your advice, Luna? In the beginning, you just smash buttons randomly. Now you think you know more what you're actually doing, and the button smashing is more intentional. That's good. That's like me in fighting games. I don't know if you've played fighting games, like Street Fighter or Tekken. That's me. I smash buttons randomly. Apparently there's actual moves you can do intentionally, but I would be such a disgrace to the fighting game community because I just button mash. Water, vinegar, dill, onions, sugar, peppercorn, and pickling spice. Really? There's no like lemon or lime juice? I don't know why I thought it would be acidic. Okay. Hi Delta Saber and Mortate, good to see you all. Welcome back. Happy Thursday. Mission Boy, you're doing great. You've been so busy. When you're not busy, you're busy gaming. Finishing up Scarlet Nexus last weekend. Oh, nice. You really enjoyed it. Sweet. Well, thanks for dropping in. I've been busy too, but I'm working 2 jobs, so that's to be expected. Hopefully good things come of it all in a couple months. We'll see. North of... Hold on, I gotta see where this boulevard is. Nagasu Boulevard. There's south. North of here. Oh, we just gotta go. It's the vertical. Okay. Maybe... I guess we'll see. Vinegar is the OG acidic. Oh, vinegar's acidic? Oh. I knew that. That was a test! You all passed. Good job, Sleepy. Good job. Hey, Marion. How are you today? It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. How's it going? Is that true? It might be a Japan-only thing, Jezebel, actually. Some taxis also have an emergency light on the trunk lid. Huh. For some reason, you just envisioned Japanese Vikings, and that's weird. Yeah, that's 2 different cultures. Very different. There it is. I mean, it is flashing from this distance. Nothing looks amiss, except for the light. I'd better check the interior. What are we gonna find? Wait, did it speed off? They sped off as soon as I got close. Did they know I was here to help? Seems like they headed north. Alright, time to go after them. Detective Kiryu to the rescue. Oh, who's chasing me? Why are people like this? This is why we can't have nice things. I get a fight every 10 feet. Oh god, here we go again. Why do I keep knocking people face down on the pavement? It's really not working out. You have to like grimace. Kiryu, Street Farmer. I really can't watch it either. Wow. Usually when taxis are from a fleet and not driver owned. Oh, you've seen it in Toronto and NYCT. What's NYCT? Is that New York City something? He's kind of dressed like Date. Yeah, the coat's not long enough, but he does have the Date vibe. Detective Kiryu! We are solving mysteries. We gotta figure out what's going on with the taxi. We have to help them out. They could be in trouble. Kiryu always helps people. We know that. Damn, I lost sight of them. Talk about dangerous. These taxis are out of control. What happened? Uh-oh. Yipes! I mean, what happened is, I just about got flattened by a taxi. Guy was driving like a maniac. Was the light on the taxi flashing red? Actually, it was. I caught a glimpse of the driver and he had a look on his face like he'd seen a ghost. Maybe he had an impatient passenger. He looked like he'd seen a ghost, huh? That must have been some kind of emergency. Do you know which way the taxi went? It was headed towards Suzukake Lane, I think. Suzukake Lane. Got it. Thanks, you've been a big help. I'd better hurry. That driver's in trouble. Or are they? You know? I feel like we gotta get down to the bottom of this. Where is this lane? Suzukake. Oh. Oh. Oh, god damn it. Oh, New York City taxi. Of course that's what the T stands for. Why did I think it? Why was I not putting 2 and 2 together? Oh god, here we go again. So difficult. Alright. Step on everybody on the floor. Goodness gracious. Alright. You cringed every single time you did the heat move. Yeah, it's a little something. A little something. You wanted to type New York City, but the customer you work for is New York City Transit. Oh, you typed it out of habit. Kiryu's a good guy, giving someone an asphalt shave. Yeah, in Toronto there's a red light at the back of the taxi. Huh. I didn't know that. Oh god. Why does everybody land face down? Why can't people land face up? It's just baffling to me. Oh gosh. This is different. This is different. Oh shit, why is everybody grabbing me? Come on. Goodness. You are always doing everything to not see the heat action. If one is face down, go fight another enemy or wait a bit so he stands up, yeah. You typed taxi instead of transit. You had taxis on the brain. Oh, so it's actually transit. Hey Blues, you'd be pretty excited if you saw a ghost. People would say he looked like he was opening Christmas presents if they saw you react to a ghost. Ghosts, though? Why are we constantly doing this? Oh. Maybe I'll get used to it and I'll just like be numbed to seeing it. Maybe that's what it is. How you doing, Blues? Good to see you. Good to see you. We have an iron plate. Skyrocket. I'm not gonna carry that. Okay, we're going down this road. Huh. Holy crap, the new patch for Cyberpunk 2077 is 36 gigs. That's a huge patch. That broken neck guy would have probably preferred a bit of road rash. The new GPS feature in Cyberpunk's incredible and makes the minimap zoom out a bit. That's 10 gigs right there. Found it. Hey, wait! What gives? The face scrape is actually one of the less lethal heat actions you've seen. I guess that's true. It would just be really painful. Just because it's not lethal doesn't mean it is any better. I mean, that sounds wrong too. You know what I mean? Like sometimes it's not like it's just so, it makes you cringe. So, yeah. Yeah. Now everyone doesn't hate the game. Yeah, if people mention liking a certain patch or feature coming out, let's try not to shit on it, please. That's all I ask. Just respect people's enjoyment of the games they enjoy. Can we do that? Can we do that, team? Is that a big ask? If somebody, like, you know, is like, hey, there's this new patch coming for this game that didn't have a great launch, but I'm excited. Let's not shit on that parade. So. Batman isn't lethal either. You'll never walk again and your face is deformed now, but he didn't kill you. Same thing with Spider-Man kicking people off rooftops. Or bashing their face into a metal pipe. Ugh. How do you not die with something like that? Something wrong? Huh? Oh, it's just that the driver's a friend of mine. I called out when I saw him, but he was acting real strange. What do you mean? He looked really spooked. He mumbled something about Yakuza. Yakuza? Maybe his passenger? Then he glanced up at his rearview mirror and sped off all of a sudden. It's weird. I'm guessing this taxi driver knows Kiryu. Maybe. Must have been threatened from the back seat. Did you see his passenger? No, I didn't look in the back. You think he's caught up in some kind of trouble? Which way did the taxi go? Straight on ahead. That's towards Fukuhaku Street. Alright. People have to stop thinking superheroes don't kill. It would be better stated that they don't murder, but kills happen. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like it's almost expected. Did you notice people in the PS4 game get webbed against buildings if they fall off the roof? You remember seeing it a couple times? Seems like Pete tagged them with a device that shot a web towards the nearest building. Yeah, I did notice that. I think they kept the same thing for Miles Morales too. Isn't that the taxi with the emergency signal on? There's nobody in there, right? Nobody's in there. I guess I was too late. Where'd the driver and that Yakuza go? Oh, right. I know you've been following me. What is it you want? So you're the one behind this. Nice of you to come straight to me. Now, what did you do with the driver? Huh? You're not making any damn sense. If you've come looking for trouble, you found it. You better skedaddle, or else. Not happening. Taxi drivers may be rivals, but we've got to look out for each other. Wait, are we fighting this guy? I thought maybe this guy was the taxi driver. Oh god, here we go. Hotshot, you just get annoyed that every time you mention that game or Fallout 76, people always seem to have something snarky or sarcastic to say. Yeah. I mean, I'm not a fan of that either. Like, even if I don't play the games actively or anything like that, you know, we're all about having people enjoy the games they're excited about here, you know? And people are entitled to their opinions, you know, and if you didn't like a game, sure, that's entirely your opinion to have. You're allowed to have it. But if somebody comes in and into a chat here and they're like, oh, there's this new update coming for this game, and you didn't like that game, don't shit on their excitement. Like, I really don't know why some people have this propensity to come in and shit on games in this chat. I don't think we try to foster that sort of behavior here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we don't allow it. All right? And I don't know why every time if there's a game that's mentioned that didn't have the greatest launch, like Cyberpunk 2077 or No Man's Sky or Fallout 76, people just, their immediate reaction is shit on the game, even though the person mentioning it is excited. So let's just not. All right. Again, you're allowed to be disappointed. You're allowed to dislike the game. Whatever. Just don't bring that to my chat, especially when the topic being brought up is someone being excited for the game. Like, what compels you to shit on somebody's parade? That doesn't make any sense to me. Don't shit on people's parades. That's all I ask. Respect one another.
Hey Snow, been a while.
Oh, 626. Holy shit. It has been a while. Wow. How are you doing? Happy almost 3 years. What the heck? I hope you've been well. I remember meeting you way back when at one of the, it was either TwitchCon or PAX. I can't remember. I remember meeting you. I still remember. So yeah, thank you for dropping in after all this time. I hope you've been taking care of yourself. Happy Thursday. And thank you. Welcome back. Holy shit. I love it. Because I don't know how people are doing unless they come tell me. So thank you for dropping in today. Alice, you would get defensive if people kept shitting on your favorite games all the time too. That's just human. Yeah, exactly. Hi, Rianne Bright. Thanks for joining. Except for Sekiro. If you didn't care for Sekiro, you're wrong. Yeah. Sleepy, you've actually been enjoying Final Fantasy II recently after shitting on it for so long. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, give game developers a chance. You know? But if somebody's excited for a game that you didn't like, just, if you have something like snarky or something sarcastic, or you're like, oh, I didn't like it, just keep your hands off the keyboard. You know, keep that thought to yourself and like pay attention to something else. Just ignore, you know? I guess I'm tired of seeing that kind of treatment anytime, especially Hotshot bringing up games that he enjoys, talking about these new updates coming out, these new expansions, these features, and it always seems to happen to Hotshot, and I'm so sorry, Hotshot, but there's always somebody who wants to like shit on the games that Hotshot enjoys. And it's frustrating for me, not only as a streamer, seeing that happening in my community, but as a friend to Hotshot. Because think about it. If you had a friend who really liked a game, and they're genuinely your friend, and you just like that they're enjoying something, wouldn't you be disturbed if somebody would shit on their games anytime they brought it up? You know, it's that kind of feeling. So, like, just be considerate. Think of other people's feelings. Be a little more mindful. I know it's the internet, and it's a little difficult to do that. I get it. But, come on. Especially if you've been here long enough and you know how I run the stream. The kind of vibes we have here, you know. That's all I ask. You haven't been on Twitch in about a year. Holy shit. Well, thanks for dropping in. Yeah, I mean, I'm still here. I am part-time, if you're wondering. I did have to step down from full-time streaming because the pandemic really kind of was a rough hit on the channel in terms of sustainability. So I'm actually in the process this year of transitioning to making streaming a very strong part-time hobby. But yeah. So I'm working 2 jobs right now. But otherwise, I'm still here, still streaming, as long as people still want to come back and support the channel and watch and whatever. I'll still be here, you know? It's good to see you, Six. Good to see you. Strong winds tonight. Your laptop's in front of the window. The last breeze nearly closed your laptop. Oh, snap. Stay safe. Stay safe. Ugh. Guess that's what I get for picking a fight with a Yakuza. You're the Yakuza. I'm just an ordinary civilian. I don't know. It's kind of... Well, you know what? Cutie's right. He is just a civilian. He's actually not Yakuza. People are quick to judge. How would it feel if it happened to them? What would they do and how would they feel? Yeah, that's true too. Put yourself in other people's shoes. So, I think what we need to remember is that what we think is going to be a funny joke might be the 100th time that person hears it and it's getting kind of old. That too. That and the fact that like jokes don't really translate. Sarcasm doesn't really translate in text. So, even if you didn't mean it, again, intention is different from impact. So keep that in mind too. Just because you didn't mean something to be hurtful doesn't mean it never was or never will be, you know? So, again, just mindfulness. That's really all I ask. Because we're all a community here. We enjoy just kind of hanging out and playing the same games together and talking about all sorts of stuff, right? Let's keep that going. So, making jokes about Cyberpunk is getting old in general. Everyone needs to get new material. Yeah. It's why you rarely bring up those two games anymore. Hotshot, you're tired of defending them all the time. Especially Fallout 76. You've thought about just never talking about them again, to be honest. Hotshot, no. I love when you bring up that you're excited about something, personally. You know? Because I personally enjoy hearing what you're excited about. That goes for everybody in chat, right? And in the end, you just have to be mindful, right? Sure, this is Twitch chat. Sure, it's the internet. But there are people with feelings behind every username. And I just want people to keep that in mind. That's all. It's simple. Alice says, as someone who worked in customer service, 100% of what Sleepy said. You know those stupid jokes that customer makes that make you eye roll because you heard them 1,000 times? That's how you sound when you make the snarky remarks about the games. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh, more Tate. Thank you.
Finally, after fighting with Prime for an hour, I am back, and here to stay, and very excited to do so. I love being in this community and talking through things and sharing in this. Let's continue to be mindful together. Snowy hug.
Oh, thank you, Mortate. Happy 4 months. I'm sorry Prime gave you issues. I don't know what happened there. But thank you so much. Happy 4 months. Welcome back. We're so happy to have you. Thank you for joining our wonderful community and resubbing as well. You're wonderful. How's your week been? Happy Thursday. Sarcasm in text requires certain emotes. Yeah. Snowy Sip's a great sarcasm emote. That's true. Arizona, good to see you. How are you today? So yeah, welcome. No way, Alice. That hurts. That way to write hurts my brain. That's true. Unlike Fallout 76, Cyberpunk at least got delayed a few times. Some people view delays as bad. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know where this kind of entitlement, this strong gamer entitlement has really come from. Because it's been so... I feel like year after year it's gotten worse. You know? I don't know. Maybe the pandemic made people less patient. I'm sure it did. But like it goes, I feel like you go a lot further when you're sympathetic and mindful and patient, understanding, you know? We all deserve a little bit of that. And being able to give it to others helps. So. But yeah. People will always complain, we can't win! What? I'm the civilian here. You mean you're not the angry Yakuza passenger? Maybe he's the taxi driver. What the hell does that mean? Do I look like Yakuza to you? I hate those money-grubbing, finger-chopping assholes. Wait, are you the driver? What in tarnation are you rambling about? Of course I'm the driver. Yeah, we just beat up another taxi driver. Not only did we beat up another taxi driver, we dragged his face across the asphalt, across the road. Ah, that's painful. Then why aren't you wearing a uniform? Hey, I was on break. What's the point of being all buttoned up for that? Do you change out of your uniform whenever you go on break? I don't know. We can all argue over how to write sarcasm in text now. Yeah, there you go. You're not sure, Morte? Prime said your next subscription is available on August 19th. Well, it's the 19th and it wasn't having it. You had to relink it. Oh, that's weird. Well, thanks, Morte. Welcome back. Yeah, it is a lot of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Fallout 76 didn't need delays. It was fine, even from launch. Has gotten better since launch, yes. Hell yes, they actually listened to the players and made improvements based on that. Yeah. Well, it's just like Alice said, it's really, at least in gaming, it's very much a damned if you do, damned if you don't. It's a very kind of vicious industry to produce stuff in, you know, to make games in. Being a game developer is such an underappreciated occupation, I would say, because it literally is damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you delay your game, you'll get backlash. If you release it when you said you would, you'll still get backlash because, you know, it's not enough, or it's not, you know, bug free, or it's not glitch free. And it's just, it's so difficult. I think actually developing and creating and designing and coding and programming all these games, I couldn't do it myself. Even if I had the skill set to do so, I don't know if I would. Because it's just such a vicious industry to be in. Even at the indie level. Maybe indie level's better than like a AAA, but I feel like even then people will still shit on indie developers too. I mean, didn't they? I mean, they kind of did that. We talked about it a little bit on the weekly today with Kit Fox and Boyfriend Dungeon. You know, and I do think it's good they're being more specific with their content warning, but they have gotten so much backlash, and like they already had a content warning, and there's an interesting dialogue going on right now surrounding Boyfriend Dungeon. I don't know if you all have been following along on Twitter, but essentially, if you don't know, Boyfriend Dungeon's premise, it's from a studio called Kit Fox Games, and it's a dungeon crawler plus dating simulator. So the premise is that you find these weapons and they turn into humans and you can date them. So it's really interesting, and you're kind of dungeon crawling, kind of like an isometric top-down kind of look, and it's got a pretty cute premise overall. And they do have at the beginning of the game this content warning that talks about themes of emotional manipulation, stalking, emotional abuse, that kind of thing. They mentioned a content warning. There was one from the beginning, yes. But because they weren't transparent and super specific about it, which, again, it's one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't, because I think it's good they had the content warning. You know, they were aware of it. But they're also getting backlash because they didn't specify that it was required to participate to proceed the story. And that's where the backlash is coming. And there's an interesting dialogue because I saw one tweet, I think I retweeted it, where somebody was like just concerned about the language being used because some people were arguing that Kit Fox Games kind of broke their consent or something by not being more specific in their content trigger warnings. And there was this tweet that was kind of viral talking about how that's like a bastardization of the meaning of consent, because when you sit down to play the game and you do get the content warning and you continue to play it, you are consenting to playing it. And so like it's interesting the kind of language that people are using to discuss this whole discourse around Boyfriend Dungeon. And I mean, I think it's brave of them to include, you know, these sorts of themes into the game. And I guess another point to make is that they're not necessarily forcing anyone to play it, and the fact that they have the warning, because I think the general warning at the beginning still mentioned emotional manipulation and abuse and stalking. Like, I think the general warning still mentioned it, but yeah, I don't remember exactly the tweet. Let me see if I can find it. But it was essentially that some people were kind of taking the discourse on the tweet, or on the whole situation, saying that it was a violation of their consent. And that's not the kind of dialogue you should be having. That's not the words you should be using to express how you feel about it, because it's not an issue of consent being violated. Let me find it. Give me a second. I know it's in here. Okay, here it is. This was said by Inky Dojiko, so INKYDOJIKKO on Twitter. So this is the tweet. This is the tweet thread. One thing that really bothers me about the boyfriend dungeon discourse is the criticism that players, quote-unquote, didn't consent to content in the game, and the way that language is being applied here. Sketch Elder, thank you! I appreciate that.
I'm still out here lurking.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Sketch Elder. Happy 43 months! And continue to enjoy your sub perks and those emotes. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Let me start that over. So Inky Dojiko said, one thing that really bothers me about the boyfriend dungeon discourse is the criticism that players, quote-unquote, didn't consent to content in the game, and the way that language is being applied here. In this usage, consent usually refers to boundaries around acts of physical or emotional intimacy, the violation of which is frequently assault, harassment, or abuse. It's serious, and it means something specific. Encountering something you don't like, or even something triggering in media, is not a violation of consent. It's a frankly gross bastardization of language to act as if that's the case. If we're going to look at consuming media through this lens of consent, then you consented when you started playing the game, and you can revoke that consent at any time by turning it off. Why would you act as if you've been violated here, consent-wise? It's gross. I'm glad the content warning is being updated, but also you couldn't possibly cover every bit of potentially triggering content. It would be an infinite list. Get some friends who warn you about your triggers and stuff ahead of time, and stop talking about this like it's abuse. So I thought that was a very good point to bring up, because it kind of almost dismisses real cases of abuse, manipulation, stalking, etc. by saying Kit Fox Games violated your consent by not being more specific. It's an interesting point made there, I would say. And again, this discourse, this dialogue is very interesting, and it's been very, like, I've been paying attention, I guess. But I haven't played Boyfriend Dungeon. I still plan to play it, at some point. But of course, I'll put all those warnings on the stream and stuff like that, and on the screen. But I actually want to play the game myself, despite this controversy. But no, the studios, Kit Fox Games, they're receiving a ton of backlash from it. And I think they're an indie studio as well. So it's, like I said, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. Even at the indie level, you get, like, dragged. And, like, face first dragged on the asphalt, really. If we're going to include Yakuza here. And it's rough. And that's another point to why I don't know if I would want to have an active hand in making games, But, it is what it is. That's my spiel. Mortate, the use of that language kind of wrenches your guts. By agreeing at the beginning of the game, that is consenting, and you agree that it's detracting from consent as a construct. Saying, "This violates my consent," screams of the same entitled language that people use for other small upsets, like, quote-unquote, "I'm triggered," or, quote-unquote, "I'm feeling psychotic," reducing the language, yes. And as a survivor of your consent actually being violated like that, Mortate, you are getting very resentful in general of people not recognizing that. You can dislike something without it being problematic. That is a really good sentence. Holy crap. You can hate or dislike something without feeling entitled to use immediate, blunt language that is reserved for actual harmful crimes. Mortate, so much love to you. Thank you for sharing that. and some of your insight on it. But no, I think it just brings to attention how important it is on the words you use to describe how you're actually feeling. Because, you know, again, there are apparently people, you know, saying that Kit Fox Games violated their consent. And I'm just like, I don't know. It gives you pause, right? So, you're a little lost, Veroxas. You've never heard of Boyfriend Dungeon. It just came out, I want to say last week? Earlier this week? Last week? I can't remember. Either way, it's an indie game. And like I said, it's a dungeon crawler combined with a dating simulator where you date your weapons. Morte, you can tell me that content in a video game has never bothered you because playing the game or watching the film or reading the book, you are agreeing to consume whatever is there. Your reaction is your reaction with your nuance and triggers, etc. So yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's an interesting topic, I would say, but you all can look it up. I personally still plan to play the game, so. But it's definitely been interesting to kind of follow the discourse around it. Hey Nintendo Geek, how are you today? Welcome. Happy Thursday. You got your own soapbox rant. Yeah, I appreciate it. Date your weapons is going to make you less confused. Yeah, your weapons, they kind of, from what I've seen, they kind of they shift into human form. And you have the whole dating simulator dialogue, you know, character standing there in the dialogue box. Poor guy must feel like he's been bobbing and bowing forever. Yeah. He's got, like, muscles of steel. True. So you weren't getting robbed? Robbed? Who was getting robbed? I thought a passenger was threatening you, and that's why you were driving erratically. Why on earth would you think that? I was just taking a nap when some Yakuza type tried to get in the car, so I drove off. I've had a lot of nasty trouble whenever those folks try to hitch a ride, and I'll be damned if I let it happen again. But the guy today just kept chasing after me. I thought he was crazy or something. This Yakuza... Are you saying... It's you! Is that why you flashed the emergency light? Poor Kiryu. It's also harmful for Kit Fox and the developers to hear themselves be called abusers when they're not. Oh, has that been happening too? Ugh. Yeah. Yeah. Nintendo Geek, you're good. Playing some original Bravely Default. Gonna try to actually finish it this time. Nice! How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. I hosted the weekly earlier, and now we're just kind of carrying that energy into today's stream. And we're talking about all sorts of stuff. Alice, you know this is just your own opinion, but here it is. You don't expect people to agree. Trigger warnings are good, but life doesn't come with trigger warnings. You have one big trigger that can actually send you into a panic attack when it happens. You're never angry at the thing that brought it up. Unless it's someone knowingly bringing it up on purpose to maliciously trigger you, then that's not okay. But otherwise, how could they know? That's a fair point, Alice. That is a fair point. I think when you have triggers, that it's super important to know kind of how to navigate handling it, especially when you don't have control over the media, for example, right? And I think nowadays, especially nowadays, lots and lots of media, like video games, TV shows, movies, they try to warn people. You know, I think trigger warnings and content warnings are becoming a standard. I think there's obviously space to improve. There always is. But I think it's a good step in the right direction. At the same time, it's very difficult to cover every single possibility because people are so different. People are so vastly different. And I am glad that Kit Fox is definitely trying to make their content warning a little bit more specific. But I also don't completely agree with all the flack that they've been getting either. And again, I brought up that tweet that I read out loud, that a lot of people are what's the word? Using the wrong language and really almost warping what's going on and misdirecting their, I don't know if misdirecting is the right word either. But just, you know, I feel like there's a lot, it's just very messy, right? And I feel like I don't think the fault is 100% on Kit Fox, the devs, you know. But they are trying to make up for not being sufficient enough. But again, I don't 100% agree that all the flack should be on them. That's what they deserve. I definitely don't agree with that. It's just hard. It's difficult to navigate navigate difficult topics in a lot of the media that, especially if you're in the process of creating that kind of media, which is why I think Kit Fox is really brave for putting out a game that covers these sorts of themes and topics, because they are very difficult to, you know, navigate, very difficult to depict, you know. But regardless, you know, they're willing to listen and do better, and in the end, people have to, I don't know, I don't even know where I'm going with this thought. But you all get my general vibe and feeling on this, so. But it was interesting, and like I said, we talked about it during the weekly today, and I didn't give my full spiel there because it would have gone longer than the time that we were allotted. But I do think it's good they are clarifying the content warning. You know, I think that's a move in the right direction, versus not changing anything, you know. So I think it is good that they're doing that. But people are so ready to just cancel companies or things or people and not allow any room for improvement. Anyway, yeah, the taxi driver does seem like a jerk. I'm trying to catch up here. Hey, Batch, how are you today? Welcome. Thank you, Nintendo Geek. Thank you. Batch says the important thing with triggers is to seek treatment so you can face those things in a safe place. The more you avoid something, the more it will negatively impact you. It's just how it works. You'll use yourself as an example. Driving made you more and more anxious, so you started avoiding doing it, and now you haven't driven in maybe 10 years or so. Curse Mork, we're talking about Boyfriend Dungeon and the controversy around their content warning not being specific enough. Veroxis, you heard of regular car plates all of a sudden turning inappropriate because it reminds immigrants of something in their homeland. If we're going down that road, we need to create new characters for the alphabet. Blue says a lot of words have had their meanings twisted in the era of social media. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, no worries, Hotshot. Do what you need to chill. Do what you need to chill. You're all good. Batch, what you would like to see in games that tackle heavy subjects is a bit of a warning, and then something that gives you the option to bail in the middle of whatever scene if it's getting too heavy. Even Call of Duty did that in Modern Warfare. There was a mission you could skip because a lot of people found it really disturbing. Gotcha. Morte, you personally think there needs to be more media that tries to handle it and doesn't shy away for fear of offense. Otherwise, it'll never get talked about, and that's just as harmful. That's a very good point too, Morte. Nintendo Geek, coming as someone who writes, you think that if you're able to warn of triggers, if they're in your content, it's good, but also there are warnings there. You don't think it's right for the person with the trigger who sees your warning but looks at it anyway. Feel like they can't complain when they've consented to looking at it, even though they were warned. Gotcha. Hey, Twining, thanks for poking your head in. How are you today? B2K, I'm playing Yakuza 5. We're kind of on a little, I guess, intermission, because we're talking about Boyfriend Dungeon and the content warnings. So it's not the fault of the developer, it's the fault of some people and trolls. I don't know if I would just throw all the fault onto one party or another, because I think everybody has a part to play to make things just the best for everyone involved, you know? Again, I do think it's good that Kit Fox has a warning, and I think it's good that they're also planning to make it more specific, just so people are aware. I think another thing as well is that they didn't mention the warning on the, at least on Steam, I think it was, on the store page, and I think that was something that should have been there too. But at the same time, like I said, I don't think they like deserve 100% of the flack and the backlash. I think that, you know, it just, I don't know. Could have been handled better, but at the same time, it is what it is, and they're learning from it and trying to make up to people to make it better. So, another thing with the trigger warning idea that you think I mentioned, it's impossible to know every single trigger there is. 100% impossible. Exactly. Exactly. Twining, you also agree you've got your own triggers, but will still read some content where those triggers exist, and you fully accept that as your own responsibility. Likewise, if you put a trigger on your own work, as you often do with poems, you would expect those who still read it to take it as their own responsibility when the trigger warning exists. Very fair point there. B2K, you're using your brother's phone to watch Twitch. Nice! Thanks for joining. You have to get back to work. No problem. Take care, Sleepy. Thanks for dropping in. Welcome. Your favorite post lately, Pagefall, is that something is wrong with Linux because it talks about killing child processes. Was there something around that in Linux recently? The company isn't monsters like some people are making them out to be. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Some people are basically taking this and trying to drag the developers and really like smear them and cancel them, and I'm just like, I don't know. They're trying. I think as of yesterday, they updated the content warning already. So, if I'm not mistaken, I want to say it was yesterday. Roxas, you're always scared of saying the wrong things as you've been banned for just talking, and all of a sudden you said something terrible without realizing. That's why it's all about being mindful, you know. You said you've been banned before for just talking, and all of a sudden, you know, you said something terrible. You have to look back and be like, okay, well, what did I say? And then learning from that. Because sometimes, at least with navigating online communities, every space, theoretically, should have their own rules and guidelines on what's allowed and what's not. And here, we're very low-key. We're very chill. I feel like we tend to be very lenient overall. But there are obvious lines that if you cross them, you know, you'll usually get a warning, at least, sometimes more severe, depending on the severity of your offense. So obvious things like hate speech. If you come in and just put hate speech in chat, you'll get banned. There's no warning for that. We just don't want you here, you know? Whereas, like, if you, for example, accidentally backseat, because that happens too, where somebody's like, you know, have you tried using this item? And some people don't realize that it's backseating. And so they get purged and warned. We usually try to tell people. So in the end, though, as with navigating every online community, you should always look and see what rules are there. And generally, what may be inside jokes with you and your group of like IRL friends, for example, may not be okay everywhere. Because that is something I think a lot of people don't realize, where like their brand of sarcasm or their brand of dark humor just doesn't click with everyone. And just realizing that, being cognizant and reading the room before you chat, you know? So anyway, it's very hard to know all the triggers because everyone has different experiences and different triggers. You approach things from the standpoint of, if you miss a trigger and get called out for it, apologize and rectify. That said, you don't expect everyone who you meet, who hasn't met you, to automatically know your triggers IRL. Yeah, that's true. Exactly, Jezebel, exactly. Welcome home, Vinius. But yeah, I'm done, like, you know, preaching. Going through all the discussions. But that was so something interesting to follow. Like I said, the discourse has been happening. especially this week. And like I said, just Google Boyfriend Dungeon if you want to catch up on it. So, is that why you flashed the emergency light? Did I? See for yourself. Oh, whoops. Must have hit the switch while I was napping again. I tend to toss and turn. I'm a side sleeper, you see. ... Well, sorry about that. I didn't take you for one of us. I'm allergic to Yakuza, so I thought I had a pretty good instinct for spotting them. This is the first time my gut's been wrong. I'm really ashamed I thought so badly of a fellow driver. Gosh. Don't worry about it. Just be careful not to trip that switch by accident again. I don't know what to say. I've never had someone go to so much trouble to help me out before. You're right. Taxi drivers may be rivals, but we've got to look out for each other. Those are damn good words to live by. Anyway, thanks. Take this for your trouble. Steminon Royale. I think that's the highest, isn't it? Let's put this away. Better get back to work. Good luck out there. Cool. The last time it happened, it wasn't really offensive. You found a restaurant with an offensive name. Wasn't condoning it, you were pointing it out only. It was really weird. See, that's the thing. Like, why would you type that restaurant name in chat if you knew the name was offensive? You know? That's like saying, oh, I know this is hate speech, but I wasn't trying to be offensive. You know, it's that same sort of argument, you know? There's no need to type that out. What was I doing? Oh, level. We leveled up. I forgot what I was doing. We have 3 points. Force a downed enemy on his feet. I guess we should do this because it's still level 5. Enhance throws. Okay, I'm just gonna do Phoenix Spirit. Make that level 6 as well. We'll save the other point. Okay. Cool beans. We should go heal. We have 2 more side quests to do. Sweet. It was a cool subject to drop into. It's a subject you like and you're familiar with what with your anxiety. Yeah. We always have interesting conversations. I brought it up because... Why did I bring it up? Oh, we talked about just being a game developer and the whole damned if you do, damned if you don't. You know, predicament. The reality, really, of working in games. It's literally damned if you do, damned if you don't. And so that's kind of why I ended up bringing it up. And the fact that we mentioned it on the weekly today, so... Yeah, no problem, Twining. Thanks for dropping in. Lots of love. Side sleepers. You jogged right in the middle of it, immediately got onto your soapbox and got a megaphone. Yeah, no, I love when people chip into these conversations. It's part of what makes this stream. My stream wouldn't be what it is. Oh, God. Without people wanting to have these very civil discussions. Civil discussions, interesting discussions. It's what makes our stream here. You're a side sleeper, Nintendo Geek? Wait, where's the... Okay. Oh, God. You got a pillow cube. A square memory of foam. That's cool. Because you had a conversation about it? Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's okay to type offensive names or words in chat. It's all about navigating those conversations with some social tact, Veroxis. Again, it's just because you had a conversation about it doesn't mean it's okay to type something offensive that you know is offensive, especially into chat. Your chat's acting funny, Vinius? So you think it's doubling what you're typing? Oh, okay. Sounds good. think I'm gonna be numb to that heat action before long. Have I played Ghost of Tsushima, Rianne Bright? Yes. I actually got Platinum Trophy. I know the director's cut comes out tomorrow, which includes the Iki Island update, as well as some optimizations for PS5. I really should go back and check it out. I saw an article. Apparently, they added more wildlife to the new island, which includes cats. And guess what? You can pet the cat. Did you all see today on the weekly? Those of you that tuned in, you can pet the cat in Road 96. I was so happy when I found that. Jezebel, thanks for the drink, by the way. Anyway, Varox, does it really hurt you because you had known them for a long time and considered them pretty close? Yeah, I don't know. I think that would have had to be something for you to sort out with your friend, but generally speaking, at least from like a Twitch streaming point of view, even if it's the conversation and you know it's offensive, don't put it in chat. So you actually got the pillow cube when they had it on sale. It supports your neck by starting at the base of your shoulder. It's a great back pillow. I think I know what you're talking about because I want to say Diz had one of those pillows at one point. I haven't saved in a while. I'm gonna save on my way up here. One thing we can all agree on: this heat move is terrible. Yeah, I've gotten a little used to. A little used to. Oh no! Is this side quest somebody hurting a dog? I've gotten used to. Where was I? I just lost my train of thought. I got distracted. Shit. Did they fix the indoor wind? Because that was hilarious. Wait, what indoor wind? Oh, yeah. In Ghost of Tsushima. I don't know. Yeah, the draft. It's like people's clothes just flapping in the breeze, and there's like you're indoors and it doesn't look like it's windy. We need more games with interactive cats, yes, and dogs and animals. Batch, you think you would be pretty confused if it was in the context of a conversation about offensive names or something, but then people got offended, you know? You'd be like, but this is what we're discussing. You're talking about a group of 3 people you knew online. Water under the bridge now. Oh, I see. Gotcha. If only Ghost of Tsushima will let you freely pet your horse. That's true. Horses need pets too. Was that a dog? I feel like... Ah, these people better not be hurting a dog. I can't climb over this. When do I start climbing over fences? That was in Kiwami too, wasn't it? Hey Nawaf, how are you? Welcome back. How are you tonight? Beat 'em up. You find it important, Shin, to have discussions like the last one we had? You also find it so important to see there are tweets like the one you read, because it shows that people care. It also gives a voice to people like you. So you don't only see people complaining, being offensive, and you're sure people working in that industry notice it and it helps them one way or another. Yeah. I think it's important to have dialogue and discourse around these very important topics, but to also not basically be an echo chamber, because I think getting to have these kind of discussions where you're kind of considering both sides, you know? Obviously there are caveats to that, because, for example, with racism, you know, I don't try to understand the other side of somebody who's being racist, especially if I'm the one suffering it. Like, there are caveats, but when it comes to navigating certain situations, like again with how things are depicted in media, right? Which is what we're talking about. That's something that, you know, I feel like a lot of people could learn from, just from having a meaningful discussion and dialogue. versus just immediately jumping to canceling the game developer. You know, it's... I don't know. How can things get better if we literally cancel everyone that we feel like canceling? You know, how is it gonna get better, right? So, yeah. Anyway, that's just my 2 cents. Someone needs to make a VR game that's just about petting all different kinds of animals. You would buy the hell out of a game like that. They actually make games that have dogs. Like, I forget what it's called. There was Nintendo, I think. Batch, please. No off? You're okay? Just chilling? Sounds good. I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for asking. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, so before we dive further into this, warning, there is animal abuse here. So I'm just gonna... Look away! Look away. This side quest does not look good. So, please look away. Content warning here for animal abuse. Just letting you know. We're gonna beat up these guys though. Okay, me next. I'll hit it for sure this time. Just you watch. How could they do this? Stop it! Don't you bully Cheetle anymore. Who's this kid? Is that her dog? Who cares? Hey kid, you better scoot or we'll throw rocks at you next. What the fuck? Hey, yeah, show no mercy. That's how we dropouts do it. Screw the rules. Annihilate everything. Oh god, come on. Oh no. What is wrong with these guys? Oh, Kiryu stepped in. Thank goodness. Tiger dropped them. Yeah, these guys need to go. We're gonna beat them up. Yeah, definitely punching bags. Yeah, these guys deserve the heat move. Huh? Who's this old prick? You lost on your way to the bingo game? Funny. I feel like this isn't the first time seeing this. And now he's babbling on like a senile old fool. He's losing it. Really? He's only 43. Is he 43 here? 45? I think he's 45. I think he was 43 in Yakuza 4. I think it's been 2 years. He's 45 now. He's still young, okay? 40s is not old. Just gonna point that out. Hey, mister? You're not one of them, are you? Not even close. Just stand back and you'll see. You there. Does it make you feel strong to pick on the weak and defenseless? It's a shame I have to say this, but I guess every town has its fair share of losers. Shut your face! You should have never messed with us in the first place. Boys, cripple this son of a bitch. I will happily beat up these guys. Oh my god. In poor countries, 45 would be considered old. Japan's not poor though. It's a fair point. Oh god, here we go. Here we go. Drag that face across the sidewalk. Oh my gosh. Get wrecked, son. Get wrecked. He's wearing glasses? You thought the purple guy had huge eyes. Oh, yeah, he's wearing glasses. They're sunglasses. Use the face pavement heat action. We did. Only on one of them, though. I don't think we got to use it on all of them. Skyrim Anniversary Edition has been announced. Skyrim never dies. Oh, that's awesome. Wonder what's included. Yeah, no one talks to Kiryu that way and gets away with it. That voice, though. Oh, thanks. I'm glad you're enjoying it. That old prick gets more action than all three of them combined. You know? You will say anyone who's in their 40s and they call themselves old, you'll say they're absolutely not old. They're not. Honestly, you're only... I feel like you're only as old as you feel. Is that the right phrase? Anyway, I feel like you're really just only old after, I would say after 80. Maybe even after 75. Maybe. really, that's when I would say, okay, maybe you can call yourself old. But I feel like when you're in your 40s and 50s, you're still relatively young. Especially when you most likely might have like 20, 30 years still, 40 years, you know, to live. Like, yeah. We live in an age where life expectancy, at least here in the US, is so high compared to, you know, centuries and centuries ago. Apparently your mental age is way older than you actually are, according to a very reliable free test. Dude, we're so sorry. Please don't hurt us anymore. Get out of here. He gave me a pack of gum. What the fuck? That's useless. Okay. Whatever. Yeah, it's a gambling item. I saw. I saw. Still, I don't play the gambling mini games, so that doesn't really help me. Thanks, mister. Don't mention it. They didn't hurt you, did they? If you'd like, I can take you home. Actually, I ran away. I had a fight with my dad. A kind girl like you really ran away from home? Yeah, my dad's probably still angry with me, so I don't want to go back right now. What's your name? It's Haruka. Haruka! Haruka Shinohara. Haruka. Interesting. Even your name is the same. Haruka! But she's different from our Haruka, actually. The same as who? My daughter? My adopted daughter? So you and this Haruka-chan live apart now? Oh shit, we never got the history. I forgot. So this is literally like the beginning of Yakuza 5. Based on what we know so far, this is 2 years after the events of Yakuza 4. We know that Kiryu here is in Fukuoka. That's where we are. We're not in Tokyo. And he's a taxi driver, right? And the only glimpse we saw of Haruka, she was on an idol like contest show or something. She was dressed up in a dress and had hair up and everything. And he got a glimpse of her on TV. And it seems like maybe there are some stuff happened or something, and they're kind of estranged now. So we don't know the full details, by the way. We're gonna learn, I assume, as we go. But Haruka is off doing her own thing, and I'm sure Kiryu misses all the orphanage kids, but yeah. That's sad. Yeah, we do need to take a break, don't we? The weather is so boring there. Rain, rain, and rain. Where did summer go? Does it not rain in the summer where you are? It rains here for summer. Summer to us means rain. Yeah. I'm not sure I'll ever see her again. Don't say that, Kiryu. Of course you'll see her again. I refuse to believe that he won't see her again.
Hello.
Refuse! Hey Brazoki, happy 53 months! Oh gosh. Can't believe it's already been that long. Thank you. How are you doing? Happy 53 months. I hope you're doing well. And happy Thursday! We're actually in the middle of Yakuza. So feel free to join us. It's good to see you. Why not? Can't you just go and visit? It's a bit more complicated than that. As much as I want to be in her life, I know I'm only being selfish. This makes me sad. I gotta know what happened. They're definitely, you know what? They're definitely gonna see each other again. Do you know why? Because if you go here to the home screen, guess who's on the home screen page? Top right corner. Haruka, that's her. So we have to see her at some point. Like, there's no way they would put her there if she didn't play some sort of role in the main story. So, yeah. I refuse to believe. Refuse to believe that they're not going to see each other. Welcome back, Phineas. You took a shower and you washed under your feet. Oh, nice! Yeah, from our discussion on the weekly. Haruka! You hope Kiryu hasn't fallen for any car insurance last call scams. No, he's actually been doing good so far. We're only on chapter 2 of Yakuza 5, but so far he hasn't had any scams, really. Noaf, did you miss me playing Final Fantasy 9, or are you the only one missing the game? No, so Final Fantasy 9 is one that I still need to revisit. I actually briefly played it years and years ago on stream, but never finished it. And I need to go back and finish it. I have recently replayed Final Fantasy 7 original, Final Fantasy 8 original, and that's it. And of course, you know, remake and the Yuffie DLC for remake. Yeah. I want to go back to 9 at some point. Yeah, Final Fantasy Fridays leading up to remake. That was fun. I do want to go back to that. I just haven't. There's not enough time to schedule everything. I do want to go back to that though. I plan to. Rain's pretty rare. You live far up in northern Sweden. Lots of sun, which might surprise. This summer you had weeks without rain. Oh, really? Must be really dry then. Up north. You would love to see me play 6. I know 6 is one that people recommend for Final Fantasy. Next stream, play Final Fantasy. I know. I have so many games I need to get through. I played 9 around the time when you first found me, Cora. Yeah. I started replaying it and then got distracted, as always. I need to replay it because I did play it originally way back when I was a kid, but I couldn't finish the final boss fight because I was in a situation where you couldn't go back to level up some more. And I just kept dying during the final boss fight, which sucked. So I had to like look up the ending. But I did actually play all of 9 until the final boss fight that I couldn't get past. So, yeah, we have to clear out the current game roster, that's true. It is dry. All summer long you've had forest fire warnings. Thankfully it never happens. Well, shit. That's good. Fingers crossed. Final Fantasy X is great. 10, actually, Lauren, is one of my favorites. I've always mentioned it to be my favorite, but now it's really kind of tied between 7 and 10. 8 is a special honorable mention. It's always going to have a special spot in my heart. 8 in general. But 10 and 7 are kind of tied for my absolute favorites. I did play 10 way back when on the PS2. I was in high school. I remember now. And I played 10 and I loved it. I love the world of Xanarkand and Spira and just all the characters, the whole story, the romance. Every time I hear the theme song for 10, which is to Xanarkand, it's basically what plays during the opening menu. Really fucking sad. Like I end up crying just listening to that song. Anyway, 10 and 10-2 I really enjoyed. They're definitely good. I want to replay 10 at some point because I just want to relive that, you know? I just haven't yet. Anyone ever say something, then you immediately go, oh, I'm officially an adult, because you had that earlier. You don't react to it anymore, Voroxis. You have it every summer. It's just a way to remind people summer's still here. Oh, gotcha. You can't decide between 7 and 10 as your favorite. Yeah, it's really hard to decide. And I think especially with me being able to replay the original 7 a couple years ago, and then of course remake has made 7 get like extra points, you know, on my list because it's just so good. I love it. You followed because you saw me play Final Fantasy 8 and you started to like my stream, and I'm nice girl and funny and friendly. Oh, Noaf, thank you. That makes me happy. Thanks for coming back. I do want to go back to Final Fantasy. I just don't know when that's going to be. There's not enough time. Damn it. This is my story. It cries at piano. Cora, that's pretty accurate. Batch, you were putting a stuffed chicken breast in the oven, and you said out loud with enthusiasm, oh, they are individually wrapped. Kick ass. You appreciate certain things as you get older, in my opinion. Nawaf, you love Final Fantasy X. You want to play it again next week. I love it too. I want to replay it. at some point. 7 and 10 are your favorites, Nintendo Geek. They're so good. Hey Hashigato, I am in a beanie. I actually need to take a quick break, but my hair is pretty messed up today, so I was like, it's time for a beanie. When did I last play Fallout 3? 2019, I think. Was it 2019? Chat, remember when I played Fallout 3? I think it was 2019. 3 in New Vegas were 2019, I think. It wasn't during the pandemic. I know it wasn't during the pandemic. So it had to have been 2019. Sounds right? Was it 2018? I don't remember now. All the years blend together. Someone recently posted anime versions of classic shots in Final Fantasy IX, and they were incredible. Makes you wish for remakes and animes. Let's go! There's just so much in Final Fantasy games in general. I feel like it's such a missed opportunity to really flesh out the story, really tell the story in so many different mediums. Media? You know? 15, you love 15 and 12, Jezebel, but only the original American release of 12. You hate the job system in Zodiac Age. Oh, really? I heard Zodiac Age made it better, but I guess everyone has different opinions. I haven't tried it yet. I never got to play 12. You remember you followed when I was playing Fallout 3. Oh, you can check your follow date. Exclamation mark, check me. No spaces. Well, on that note, we should take a quick break. I've been trying to take a break for the past, like, 15 minutes. But we got into some interesting conversation. As always. But we're going to take a quick break because it's been like 2 hours. So we should all move because staying still for too long is bad for you. So move around if you can. Go use the restroom. Go get something to eat. Go get some water. Do what you need to do. You all can stare at QDU in the meantime. But I will be back in a few minutes. Breaks are usually like anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes long. But it's enough time for all of us to move around a little bit. Right now, as it stands, we have about 1 hour and 45 minutes of stream remaining. We do still have the option to extend today's stream, so if you're really enjoying the vibes and the energy and the conversations and the gameplay, even though it's really slow, then feel free to check out our daily goals. If we meet one of them, then I'll stream longer. It'll be another hour on top of the 4-hour stream, so that'll make it a 5-hour stream. Sound good? Otherwise, I'll see you all in a few minutes. Thanks for hanging out. BRB. Alright. We're back. Did you all take a break? Huh? I hope you did. I hope you did. Thank you, Twining. Thank you, Morte. Thank you, Batch. Thank you, Hotshot. Thank you all. People say time flies when you're having fun. No, time flies when you're doing something. I swear time flies for me when I'm just waiting. The only time time doesn't fly is when I stare at a clock. That's fair. That's fair. No off, you're thinking about making a challenge to finish the game without using white magic. No cure? No cure, no curaga? Really? That's brave. What about items? Thank you, Elpida. Thank you all. Thank you, thank you. Alright, we're back. So we're gonna continue Yakuza 5 shenanigans. Thank you all for sticking around. And, yeah, we're gonna see what's up. That's right. He's talking about Haruka to another Haruka, actually. As much as I want to be in her life, I know I'm only being selfish. Besides, I think I've done all I can for her as a father. This is probably for the best. Don't say that. What's up, Knight? You want to come up here? Come here. Night, BB. Come here. Hey. Come up here. Knight just walked in. Meowing. Hey. Come here. What are you doing? Come here. Come on. Night. Come up here. Make up your mind. Do you see his tail? Right here. His tail's right here. What's up? Come here, Knight. Come on. Come up here. You want to come up here? Night, BB. Come here. Come on. Come on, Knight. This cat. Come on. You want to come up here? As you can see, he has a harder time jumping up here. Like, he's very indecisive. Compared to Fade. Because Fade's just like, you beckon her up here and she'll just come up here. Yeah? You want to come up here? Come on. Come on, Knight. Right here. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Come on, Knight. You can do it. Yeah. Come on. Okay, that's too far. You're too fast. You're a little too fast. This cat. Knight has a precious meow. He does. Hey. What are you doing? Huh? What's up? What's up, Knight? You want some belly rubs? What you doing? You all excited for the emotes? Right, Knight? What's up? Do you want to talk to people? Huh? Do you want to talk to people? His eyes kind of chroma key out because he has some green in his eyes. He's got more green in his eyes than Fade does. Actually. Hey. What's up? What? Where are you going? No, 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 no. Come back. Why can't you be a good cat? Come here. Oh, come here. You can't go there. You can't go there. Will you lay down? Okay. This cat. He's still here. He's just down here right now, like in my lap. What are you doing? Huh? What's up, Knight? What's going on? Magic eyes! So he's in my lap, which is kind of his tail, see? Oh, he's gone now. Well, that lasted like a minute. Back to the game then, I suppose. He doesn't stick around like Fade does. When Fade like shows up, she's all like, alright, hold me, Mom. And she just sits there. But Knight's all like, is there food? Is there food? No food? Okay, bye. That's literally Knight. Twining, thanks for the clip. Did you clip Knight? He's cute, isn't he? He has a precious meow. Thank you all for petting Knight. A character you like a lot in Final Fantasy XIV came back. It was the first time you said, let's go, reacting to something. You were a bit too excited. Hey, that's awesome. Be excited. You should be. He's an indecisive boy. He is. He is. Honestly, the incoming Snowy Hungry that has Night with like a bib napkin and like a fork and a knife. Yeah, that's super accurate. Never mind that cats cannot hold objects like that. We're just gonna ignore that part. But he's always hungry, like all the time. Well, he's not always hungry per se, because he definitely eats what he should. He's gained quite a bit of weight since we adopted him, because he used to be really scrawny, very almost malnourished looking, which makes sense because he was a stray. But he's plumped up since, but he hasn't been able to like undo the constantly scavenging for food, you know. And so I don't think he's always hungry. It's more that he just always wants food because he's used to wanting food like 24/7. Did you hide the Stream Clips channel? Did you? Thank you, Cora. Thanks for the welcome back. No, I see it. I see it on Discord. Let me refresh my Discord and make sure. Yeah, I still see it. I still see it. You might have hidden it for yourself, but it's still there technically. So, all right, where am I? Besides, I think I've done all I can for her as a father. This is probably for the best. ... To figure out how to undo it. I think you... That's a good question. How do you unhide a channel? I actually don't know. Somebody can tell Batch on Discord how to unhide a channel, because I actually don't know either. I know you can unhide muted channels. Okay, cool. Crisis averted. How about you? Why'd you run away? Here's the thing. I'm not actually related to my dad either. Huh? Wow, this is all the similarities. Welcome back, Shin. Welcome back. You don't know what happened. I guess that's another thing I've got in common with your Haruka-chan. Strange, isn't it? ... My real dad died a long time ago, and normally my stepdad's really nice. But he gets super angry these days. Something about work not going well. I don't know the details. Anyway, he blew up at me for some reason, and I told him to his face, my real dad would never yell at me. And then I left the house. ... When I mentioned having a real dad, my stepdad got this really sad look on his face. He just kept staring at me, like he'd been hit in the head or something. That's when I knew I'd hurt his feelings real bad. I guess that's why he didn't come running after me. I bet Mom and Dad are glad I'm not around to cause trouble anymore. So now, I've got nowhere to go home. Where do you live, Haruka? I'll go get your dad to come pick you up. But I don't think he... Your dad was probably just caught off guard. There's no way he'd be happy you're gone. I'm sure of it. It's also a dad's job to bring his kids home when they run away. You just need to wait for him. ... Where's your dad right now? Probably at Cafe Portugal, working with Mom. We actually live in that building. Cafe Portugal. Okay, I'll be back with your dad soon. Just hang tight for a bit. Okay. Let's find the child's Cafe Portugal. I guess we should look at the list. Except I don't see it. What? Okay, I guess it's not a place we can actually go into. Well, this is interesting. The look on Cutie's face. Yeah, there's so many similarities. Hey, Shin. You finally found the name color you want. Purple when you reach 5 years. It sounds perfect. Yeah, and it matches the badge. I like it. You don't think you can hide channels unless you hit the arrow next to the category it's under. Otherwise, you don't have an option. Oh, you accidentally click the arrow that folds and unfolds that section. Oh, yeah. I usually actually fold. Like, I actually keep it all collapsed. Do you all collapse your Discord categories? I guess I never asked. I always keep them collapsed. Myself. But that way, anytime there's a new message, it only shows the new message channels. And not everything. So I'm used to it. You typically don't, Cora? Twining, you don't collapse them because you get very confused. That makes sense. I guess I'm in the minority with collapsing them. Snowy mind sync. You're building a car hotshot, which is a fictional version of a BMW. Any color suggestions? Main body and accent colors. Oh, I like Mortate's suggestion. A black body with red accents. There you go. Yeah, Twining was going to suggest black and red. Your second would be burgundy type red with gold accents. Or an emerald green with silver. Green and silver is a really pretty combination. Like a forest green and color. And silver. I think that's a really pretty combination, personally. Want to work on cars, but you still haven't gotten your license? Yeah. Do you need... I guess you kind of need a license to work on cars because you have to drive the car sometimes. Huh. Only time you collapse categories is if nothing in said categories actually interests you. Oh, that makes sense. Red, like a deep blood red. And black is always pretty. Oh, okay. Guess we gotta look around for this Cafe Portugal. Maybe it'll be pretty obviously labeled. It wasn't in the restaurant list. So... Excuse me. Cafe Portugal. I mean, I'm pretty sure it wasn't labeled. This makes me miss Japan. I never got to go to Fukuoka, but still makes me miss Japan. Cafe Portugal. Maybe they marked it somewhere. Maybe I'm going the right way. Oh, this is it, I think. Portugueru. Yeah. This must be it. Excuse me. This is Cafe Portugal, right? How are you supposed to know? I guess they had some flavor text of this man saying, "Oh, I hope Haruka comes home." But how are you supposed to know? I actually happened to be able to read the katakana there, but like I guess they did mark it as a side quest on the marker on the map. Marked it on the map. Okay. Are you Haruka's father? You've seen my daughter? She ran off and hasn't come home. I know. I actually saw her not too long ago. I can take you to where she is if you'd like. Of course. Lead the way. Hey Machine, welcome back. How are you today? Happy Thursday. Hope you had a good week. Oh shit, she left. That's what happens when you leave children unattended. Is this the place? Where's my daughter? She should be here. I don't see her anywhere. What's the meaning of this? Over here, you old farts! Oh god. Dad! Haruka? What's going on here? It's those guys that were tormenting that puppy. Looks like they're back with reinforcements. You may think you're tough, but we have strength in numbers now. You don't stand a chance. You'll be dead as a doornail by the time we're finished with you. You stay back. I can take these guys. I can't let you do this alone. They've taken my daughter hostage. What kind of father could just stand here and watch? Alright, then let's take them on together. Time to give these brats a lesson in humility. Dun dun dun. Degenerate washout, yeah. Some of the names for these NPCs is pretty great. Wow, we're taking out like 3 at a time. How dare you stab me? That's rude. Oh god, here we go. This heat action. This heat action makes you cringe. Here we go, let's do it again. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Well, bam. What movie are we talking about? Oh, Nightmare Before Christmas? Or... At the start of stream, did anyone ask about Bot Batch constantly announcing he exists? No, nobody asked. Nobody asked, Batch. BMW blue and white. Oh, Bavarian colors. There you go. Shin, you don't, but you can totally see why you're collapsing them since you want to read everything. Makes it easier to do when they're collapsed. Yeah, that's true, Shin. That is true. Are we talking about the age of Nightmare Before Christmas? When did that movie come out? You know what's really important? We can all agree Kiryu is fucking old. Ugh, how'd we let these geezers get the best of us? Haha, you really pack a punch there, sir. You didn't do so bad yourself. Look, your daughter's waiting. Aww, 1993. Oh. Yeah, I'm older than that movie. I am older. It's official. Your life is governed by Murphy's Law, Sleepy. You made sure to work late on one thing without interruption. One of your employees was still working and told you there were major issues, throwing your schedule out the window for a few days. I guess you get to relax tonight in the end. Too bad about that Red Bull you drank. Oh, damn. So you were expecting to do work and you don't get to? Is that... Am I understanding this right? Dad? Did you come here to get me? Of course I did. I was worried about you. I was nearly going crazy not knowing where you were. Look, Dad. I'm sorry I said those things about wishing my biological dad was around. It was a terrible thing to say. Don't worry. I don't expect you to forget about him just because I'm around. And I'm sorry I got frustrated and yelled at you. I promise I won't do that again. All I care about is that you come home safe with me and your mom. Okay, let's go home, Dad. So you're good now, Haruka? Yay! Hey, wait up. I haven't had a chance to thank you properly. I know it's not much, but here, take this. It's dangerous to go alone. Beads of good fortune? It's probably a gambling thing. Oh. Reduces the number of unwanted confrontations around town. That's interesting. I should keep that. Put this away. Thanks, mister. I hope you can go see your Haruka-chan sometime. I bet she misses you too. Huh? Like you said, isn't a dad's job to bring their kids back home when they run away? You're right. Not that it was Haruka who ran away. It was Kiryu. He ran away to Fukuoka. My gosh. You get to be done working in 19 minutes batch. You barely did work today. Yeah. Well, I didn't work my other job because I had the weekly. You were expecting to work for about 6 to 7 hours tonight, Sleepy, to deliver something to the client tomorrow. This week has been filled with delays and unexpected issues. Oh, that's frustrating. I'm sorry, Sleepy. That really sucks. Even though you get to relax now, even though you were preparing to work, it's still one of those, like, you spend so much energy expecting to do this or do that because you know you have obligations or responsibilities, and then, of course, it doesn't go the way you planned it. I'm gonna try to avoid the main quest real quick. Oh, we should go to the save box. We haven't done that in a while. Goodness. But yeah. That is frustrating. Alright, let's put some of these away. I need to go to the pawn shop to sell. Honestly, we shouldn't avoid fights anyway, so I'll put this away. Let's do this. Okay, let's save now. Your son has seen it a few times? Seen what? Some of your favorite Funkos are NBC, including Dapper Jack and Sally. Aww. Yeah, I only own a couple Funkos. I own, Aguilar from the Assassin's Creed movie. I own Corvo from Dishonored 1. And Yennefer from The Witcher 3. And Sylvanas from Warcraft. Except I lost her bottom plate that she stands on, so now she can't stand because the way they kind of did her Funko, at least the one I have, she needs a plate, like one of those little plastic clear plates to stand. Otherwise, she gets unbalanced because her legs are not standing in a way that supports her giant head. And so my Sylvanas can't stand, so I just kind of lay her down. I don't know where you can get another plate like that. It's kind of sad. So yeah, I actually have Sylvanas. I think it was a gift from the community at some point. And yeah, she's just laying around because she just can't stand anymore. You thought Funkos were gonna go the way of the Beanie Baby? You're impressed they're still trendy. Oh, I feel like there's people with tons of Funko collections. You try to keep an appearance of calm to keep the team confident that you'll hit those impossible targets, but even that has a limit. Oof. I think in the end, I feel like you just gotta be transparent. At least I appreciate when work is transparent, even if it's not the best news, you know? Oh, what the heck? But you gotta keep trying. And in the end, failure is a learning experience, right? The spooky side of the snow army is lovely. I said bottom? Yeah, I did. I did say bottom. Bottom. Sylvanas can't stand? That seems to reflect the current state of the story at this point. Yeah? 3D print a new plate? I mean, that's an idea, but I don't have a 3D printer. You might have an extra base after the cat decapitated your Miss Moxie. Oh no! Like Miss Moxie from Borderlands? Is that the right? Was her name Miss Moxie or was her name just Moxie? Is it gonna fit Sylvanas? You can look up the Sylvanas one and see. Because I know there's different stands. You zoned back into Beanie Babies and Funkos. What did you miss? Chicken Nugget. Yeah, we're talking about collections. At least of Funko Pops and Beanie Babies. Do you have any? Work was so intense today, you could not take your last break. Oh no. You definitely pay the decision of the owner to cut one assistant manager, which you wanted. Since that employee left, you're busy all the time. Makes it challenging to take your break. Why did you want that manager to leave? Were they a shitty employee? Shitty colleague? Some people are shitty to work with. Wouldn't be surprised. Or to work for. Oh nice, we leveled up. Nice. Oh god, hold on. I'm not awkward, I swear. I'm not awkward, I swear. Who are you calling? We're in the middle of a fight. Oh, he called reinforcements. That's rude. You're honest about the workload being a lot. You keep saying that you believe you can do it. Because, well, saying anything else would be kind of rude. Here's a lot of work. You guys can't do it. Yeah, that's a fair point. Fair point. Oh, we got another item? Why do we keep getting items? Alright, we can level up 2 now because we have 4. Stay alive while in heat mode with the tireless strength of Azure Dragon. Force a down enemy onto his feet. Do more damage to surrounding enemies when hitting them with thrown enemies. Or deliver a vicious strike. Then steal your enemy's weapon. Let's go. Definitely want to steal weapons. It's pretty exciting. I guess we'll do this. Alright. Not bad. Can't do it without a lot of overtime. Oh shit. Well, take care of yourself, Sleepy. I remember you mentioned you were going to be super, like, hardcore working over the next couple months. But yeah, you got this. I understand sometimes you just have to do the grind. So I feel you on that. Take care of yourself. As long as your Sylvanas has a little thing for the base peg to insert her foot, it should work. She has at least one, I think, yeah. I believe. Have about 60 Beanie Babies from an old collection and 40 Funkos now. Oh, nice. Do you keep them in the box? I know some collectors, or I guess most, all? I don't know about all, but most collectors keep them in the box. The only one I still have in the box is Yennefer. Everyone else I took out of the box. So, I know that's not the best, but I'm not a collector. So, I know collectors tend to keep them in the box to keep them in mint condition. Morte, you still have your entire Beanie Baby collection. Your dad used to send you one each business trip he took. You also got them for gifts. Over time, you received 200 Beanie Babies. None of them are duplicates. Wow. That's impressive. Damn, so where do you store them? That's a lot of Beanie Babies. Shin, you meant to say after the previous assistant manager left. Oh, you wanted the job, but they cut it. Oh. Alice, you collect insecurities. Does that count? Morte, you also collect perfume and cologne bottles and antique clocks. That's cool. Huh. Speaking of the grind, you need to get some work done so you're not up all night. All good luck, Twining. Lurk away. Thanks for hanging out. You got this. You have half in the box and half out. Oh, alright. Yeah, I think it makes it, it's more, you know, they take up more space if you keep them in the box. I imagine when you have that many, it's hard to place everything. Your cousin's got a boatload of Beanie Babies. You had a few too. You gave them to her when you left Germany. Only one you still have is a ghost named Peeves. That's pretty cute. I had a couple Beanie Babies growing up, but I didn't keep them. So I did not keep them, sadly. Welcome back, Nawaf. Welcome back. You have them in the plastic containers with the airtight lids and a dry space in the closet. Oh, that's smart. Okay. You're playing Final Fantasy VII, John. You stole 2 things from Ultimate Weapon, the circlet and the reflect ring. Oh, you're fighting Ultimate Weapon? Good luck. The conversation's too riveting. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Glad you're enjoying it. He's river fishing. I doubt there'd be many fish in there, though. Can I help you? Oh, I was just wondering if there's actually something to catch here. There aren't many fish around, to be sure, but that doesn't mean there are none. Can you tell me what the local fish are? Carp, koi, and catfish mainly. There are also a few goby around. That's more than I would have expected. Ha, I guess so. I'm more of a sea fishing man myself, but there's nothing quite like taking a break here in one of the quieter corners of town. How about you give it a try? We could do some fishing together if you want. I'd even lend you a fishing rod and some bait. So he's the fisherman. What did you miss, Noaf? We're still side questing. We're still side questing. Nothing much. We're talking about collections. I don't know if you collect anything. We were talking about Funko Pops and Beanie Babies. The local fish are lucky till they meet the golf ball. Let's talk about something boring to ease the departure. How about them Mets? You collect silly things too, Chicken Nugget, like rubber ducks. Oh, that's cute. Nothing wrong with that. How many rubber ducks do you have? The fisherman's face is so detailed, it feels like he's modeled after someone. I'm pretty sure he is. I think a lot of the characters in this are modeled after somebody. Even some of the NPCs. Fishing, huh? Now that could be interesting. Yeah, let's do it.
Hey.
Okay, I'd like that. As long as it's not too much trouble, that is. Can I borrow that equipment you mentioned? Whoops, I've got 3 pieces of bait to give you, but it doesn't look like you have room for them. God damn it. Come see me when you're a little less loaded down. Why you gotta be like this? Why do I have limitations in my inventory? That's gross. Alright, we're gonna go... You know what we need to do? We need to go sell that plate and put away some of my potions, because I'm carrying way too many potions. I guess they're healing bottles, not potions. Might as well be a potion. Hopefully I don't trigger the cutscene here. Oh, maybe we can go down here so I don't accidentally trigger the main quest. Alright. Welcome back, Veroxis. What is the most hard boss fight in Final Fantasy? I don't know about it being the most hard fight, but I always hated finding the Malboros. Do you know the Malboros? They look like giant... How do I even describe them? It's like a plant that has a lot of teeth and tentacles, and they always cast bad breath. Yeah, you know them, right? They're so annoying. To me, that's one of the most annoying enemies to fight. I wouldn't say it's the hardest, it's just the most annoying. Yeah, Ultima Weapon would be probably the hardest. We actually defeated both of the weapons. Ruby Weapon and Emerald Weapon, I think it was, in Final Fantasy VII on my replay. I never actually, I don't think I fought them in Final Fantasy VIII. Yeah, I don't think I did on my replay either. I didn't in the original when I played them as a kid. And I don't think I did either as on the replay. So you have only about 30 ducks, but the bathroom shelf is small and full. Oh, you'll have to get a special shelf for your bathroom. Malboros? No, not Marlboros. It's Malboro without the R. There's no R. Bad breath is a rude attack. Yeah. Who helped you do that? Yeah, it was definitely Batch. It was awesome. Because I had never fought them originally. In 7. You have a nickname for Marlboros? Feel free to not read it out loud. Oh, you mean Malboros. Yeah. Okay. Not gonna read that. Okay. Interesting. Oh, the bomb in Final Fantasy 12? I never played 12. Is it like the bomb with the face? Or is this a different enemy? Omega Weapon in 8 is a pain. I never took on Omega Weapon. Wonder how they'll look if they bring back Final Fantasy 7 Remake. You mean Malboro? Malboro is going to be a pain in the ass. I know that much. You know? Sweet. Okay, we're gonna go to an item box and drop off some healing. You've gone back and watched those fights lots of times, Batch, yeah? Did I do good? You proud of me, Batch? Is that why you rewatch it? Might as well be Marlboro. They have bad breath anyways. Marlboro. Yeah, well, you know, it's not the brand. Hey, Statics. Welcome to the stream. It has been a while. Thanks for dropping back in. Hope you've been well. One could even say he has a whole batch of charisma to offer the world. It's like when you spazzed on Emerald Weapon and actually went to like X8 speeds. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh god, why are we constantly smashing people's faces into the asphalt? Why does everybody land face down? Why can't people land on their backs? I feel like we need to keep like a face barber shave count next time. I feel like we should have that next time. Oh, you meant weapon. Oh, you meant like emerald and ruby weapon? Kitty stole it. Yeah, I know. Except for the first emerald attempt, I did great. Yeah, I think I did pretty good. Personally speaking. Weapon skill improved. What did I use? Big bomb with a little bomb around him and big damage, and he heals himself. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that boss. The pavement. Why does Kiryu have to use that heat action all the time? It happens when the enemies land face down. That's why. And for some reason they always land face down. The pavement's your most used weapon. It's almost like he's trying to rub it in. I see what you did there. Statics, you've been fine. Just been replaying all the Walking Dead games, and you got reminded of how you first found my stream. I was playing Season 3, and you got gifted a sub. Hey, there you go. Thanks for thinking of me. It's good to hear from you. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of these. Maybe I should just use one. But yeah, thanks for dropping in. Let's use this. Alright, that will clear up an extra space. Let's also save. Cool. Oh, hey Muffins! You finally caught me streaming. Yeah, I'm here. Well, I didn't stream yesterday and Tuesday. So the last time I streamed before tonight was Monday. So it's been a little bit. Because I was hosting the weekly today. And that usually reduces my stream week to 3 days. If you missed it, the VOD's in Discord. I posted it on the announcements channel. It was my 4th time hosting the weekly. It was awesome. It was awesome. Hi Nightwing, welcome to the stream. I don't know if it was you or a different Nightwing, but if you were part of my Discord server, I believe your account got compromised because you ended up posting a spam phishing thing, a whole like, hey, click this link for some free Discord Nitro. And I was like, so I ended up banning that account from my server. So if you're wondering why my Discord server disappeared from your list, it's because you've been banned. So check your Discord account because I believe you've been compromised. Don't click on suspicious links in case anyone needs that PSA. If it sounds too good to be true, it most likely is, so don't do it. Unless you want to lose your account. Just as a heads up. This just in. Kiryu is an earthbender. The very earth is Kiryu's weapon. He's allowed to since pretty much around since the Big Bang. Statics, your memory is spot on when it comes to the randomest things. You can't remember what you had for breakfast this morning. You know what? That's me too. My memory is pretty selective. Sometimes I remember really random specific things, and then other times it's like I can't remember what happened like yesterday or last week. You know? I should try Final Fantasy 12. I've been meaning to, no off. It's actually something that it's on my backlog. I have Zodiac Age. I just never got around to it. So eventually I will. Eventually. Step on everybody. You've had a lot of those DMs? Yeah. They're spam accounts and they're phishing. They're trying to basically get a hold of your account. So don't click on them because you end up losing your account. Be like Kiryu, go punch the scammers instead. Nightwing, you took care of it? Okay. Just letting you know, because I was like, that's weird. Because I know you've been a part of this community and it doesn't seem like that would be something you would do, but I'm pretty sure it got compromised. I was like, that's random. Alright, we sold everything we needed to. Let's go to the side quest. You mean there aren't beautiful women waiting for you in your area? Sorry to burst your bubble, Batch. I mean, there probably are. Just not through the scam phishing message. Just don't do that. It's been for Steam accounts as well. You got one the other day telling you they're going for the army. They wanted to give all their CSGO skins, but it was obviously a scam. Don't know how many people fall for them. You'd probably be surprised. Especially if there's, I mean, you would think that like general cybersecurity, like, you know, don't click on suspicious links, you know, if it's somebody that is just such a random message out of the blue, then something might have happened, their account might have been compromised, don't click on it, don't trust it. But some people don't really think to do that. And you would, again, you would think cybersecurity knowledge is a bit more common than it is, but I feel like the scammers and phishers are also getting more and more intelligent and clever with how they disguise their scams. You're like, I'm not even looking at the screen while fighting anymore. Well, I mean, you know, I'm MLG. You'll be waiting when I start Final Fantasy 12. No off. I look forward to it. I just don't know when that's gonna be. I have so many games and not enough time. I've been enjoying Final Fantasy 7 Remake. That's been a big priority for me. So, but yeah. One day, just need to share muffins. You made homemade lemonade. 11 out of 10 would suggest. Ooh. So did you like hand squeeze the lemons? Because that's dedication. I feel like hand squeezing lemons is actually kind of difficult. Oh, I knocked them both down. I think the scammers are going after kids' accounts who usually have their parents' cards associated with them. That would make sense too. Kiryu's like, I've got work. Better show it to the office. Us walking around town for hours. Pretty accurate. Vinius, your secretary almost fell for it. Called the number, almost gave a card number. You took the phone and yelled at the guy. Your secretary was shaken up. Oh shit. Well, glad you caught it, but yeah. Definitely good to be suspicious. Or just to, not necessarily to be suspicious, but just to verify it. It's always good to get confirmation. They hit you with that do-do-do-do-do. Like a pretty savage, Cora. I see what you did there. Sounds like you're pretty lovesick. Hey. Final Fantasy 1 Remaster is 5 to 10 hours. You could start there. Is it really that short? That's what I was asking. You did hand squeeze the lemons. Oh, that's dedication. That's cool. Okay, now I can go fishing, I think. That's what I was coming here for. Yeah. Huh. Poking your head in, because you do that with lemons and limes. Welcome back, Twining. Oh, you finished it in 9.8 hours. Okay, can you translate 9.8 hours to snowy hours? Because there's a difference. I'm just going to point that out. There's a difference. Your Valorant and Riot account, which you spent over $200, got hacked while your internet was off for a week. You came back on kind of excited to play, since you were 2 wins away from Immortal, which is the second highest rank. You logged on, your account's banned, and you checked your emails, and the hacker tried to do email Riot Games to get it unbanned. Unfortunate, because you can't get it unbanned. You wish they could do something with IPs and hardware. Shit. Do you know how it got hacked? Did you have... Do they provide two-factor authentication? I don't know if they do, because I've never played Valorant. Yeah, it'll probably take me 20 hours. 15 hours, 20 to be safe. That sounds accurate. USA Final Fantasy 1 Remaster would be a 3 to 4 stream game. I'll keep that in mind. We're supposed to be working? I think. Some of you are. Right now, but... maybe. I was trying to press triangle on him. Ugh, random. Well, what's the verdict? You're welcome to fish here if you want. I could lend you a fishing rod and some bait. Let's go.
Hey.
Okay, I'd like that. As long as it's not too much trouble, that is. Can I borrow that equipment you mentioned? Mentaiko bun? That's not a fishing rod. I believe that's food. Not at all. Come on over then. No doubt you'll get plenty of fish if you're next to me. Valorant being hacked, but they install an annoying anti-cheat protection software in addition to the game. Couldn't they use that to prevent hacks? I think we have to also define hack. Because a lot of the time, I personally wouldn't call it a hack if your account gets compromised because you, for example, use the same password everywhere. Or if you don't have two-factor authentication, but you used a password that was somewhere in like some sort of data breach somewhere down the line. It's not really, I don't know if hacking's the right word. I guess it's a form of hacking. I want to say I talked to Diz about this before. Because like when you think of hacking, you think of someone like brute forcing their way into somebody's account. Somehow. Think of all the movies that depict hacking. Think of like Quantum Break. You remember that guy that was hacking in that episode of the movie game? Do you all remember that with Quantum Break? Think of hacking. Is it really hacking? Or is it like compromised account because of not taking full security measures? Maybe. You have 130 pages to edit for tomorrow. Oh shit. You have to get that done tonight? How long does it take to edit one page? Noah, if you try to join Discord, it's not showing for you. Did you do something wrong? What do you mean it's not showing? Are you on the server at all? If you're not a sub, you should only see a select few channels. You should see welcome, like where the rules are, announcements, general chat. That's the only chat you get typing access to. And then you should see a few other channels. But you won't see the full list of servers, or the list of channels, unless you're a Twitch sub. If you're a sub to my channel, you'll see all the channels. But if you're not a sub, you'll only see like 5. So it just helps me, because my server used to be sub only, but now I opened it up. But you get limited access if you're not a sub. So that's all. You can still chat in general though, and you can see the announcements channel for keeping up with the stream, which is always good. And you get to participate in our daily this and that. So. You know the anti-cheat software is not meant for that. Seems like it could be used for it. Oh, okay. Gotcha. They cheated on the account. That's why it got banned. Even though when your friend checked your career and the person who cheated lost the game and did really bad, you're so confused what happened. Yeah, but how did they get your account access in the first place was what I was curious about. You know the I already read that. You thought hacking was face rolling your keyboard 3 times followed by pressing enter. Hacking is having 2 people typing on the same keyboard at once. How long a page takes depends on how well written and or boring the book is. This is a good book. The author has a great voice, so it's a breeze. Nice. Okay. That's good to hear. Good luck. You got this. So we have to select the bait and decide where to cast the line. Each type of bait has a different range of effect. The fish won't bite if you use the wrong bait. Items in your possession can be used as bait in the list. I'm assuming this is like in Yakuza 4. You open the link and it said to go download Discord, but you have the app on your phone. Did you open the app to see if the server showed up? I've never tried joining through mobile before. It should have automatically opened the app on your phone. If you go to discord.gg/snowlit, that's my server URL. No problem, Twining. Good luck. Not sure. It happened 2 months ago. You still don't know how they logged in. Strange. Oh, this is like the fishing in Zero. I don't remember the fishing in Zero. If you don't get a bite, you lose the bait. Okay. Watch the float carefully. As soon as it bobs, press X. Some fish will fight hard. Press X rapidly if you find it difficult to raise your pole. We just had to press X? Do we not have to, like, pull the line? Okay. Whatever. If it opened up a new page or the Discord app, it should be in your Discord unless you're not logged in. That's true. There's 2 kinds of fishing in this one. There's the river fishing, which is like the fishing in Zero, and the ocean fishing, which is like 4. Really? Buns? Buns are our bait? Okay, we're giving spicy roe. A strange thing. I don't remember the fishing in Zero. Oh, that's how it is. That's right. It has to dip where the surface of the water hits the... Okay. I remember this now. I remember this. Used to use fish for carp with dough balls. Dough balls? Aw, I lost it? What is that nonsense? Oh, I guess there's no fish in the area. I just realized. I think I'm just wasting this bait. There's no pink line there. Shit. I just wasted 2 bait. My bad. I need better bait. Oh well. There's 2 kinds of fishing. I read that. Used to fish for carp with dough balls. If you were a fish, Mortate, and someone gave you a mentaiko bun, you would just jump onto the sidewalk. No need to fish. I'll gladly surrender myself. You had enough? Yeah. Thanks for inviting me along. I had a good time. Yeah? Great to hear it. The fish you caught will only weigh you down, so I'll get them sent to your place later. I must say, you're pretty good at fishing. I haven't been having much luck lately on my end. In fact, I was just thinking about changing to a different spot. You're welcome to tag along if you feel up to it. Where are you headed next? Out to sea. Sea fishing's my specialty. Sea fishing? Right now? Huh. You don't mess around. Ha ha ha. No, I sure don't. It's my policy to always act on something whenever I get the idea. For example, I wanted to be a pilot when I was a kid, so I ended up joining the Air Self-Defense Force. So you're a former self-defense official? What do you do for work now? We'll get to that later. The name's Kimura, by the way. How about yourself? I'm Suzuki, oh, that's right. I drive a taxi here in town. A taxi driver, huh? I take it you're off duty today?
Hey.
Yeah, something like that. Then what do you say, Suzuki-san? Wanna come sea fishing? We can catch all sorts of fish out there like tuna, flounder, and sea bream. Sea fishing. That could take a while, but it's not often I get a chance like this. Let's do it. That could be fun. I'm up for some fishing as long as you've got room. Can you spare a fishing rod and some bait? Of course there's room. Let's hit the waves then. Dad would use oatmeal balls for carp fishing and he caught a bass. Bass, not bass. With a dandelion. What? I'm Suzuki. I offer piano lessons. Something like that. River fishing's fun enough, but the sea is where I really like to be. I hope you have a blast, Suzuki-san. I'm sure I will. Okay, let's have a little contest. Make it a bit more interesting. How about we see who can catch the most tuna? Heh, alright then. I'll have you know this isn't my first time fishing at sea. Then this should be good. I can use all the little tricks I've got up my sleeve. Feel free to use that bait I gave you. You have 3 attempts to catch as many tuna as you can out at sea. Oh, great. Select your bait, decide where to cast your line. Each type of bait has a different range of effect. Fish won't bite if you use the wrong bait. Items in your possession can be used as bait. The gauge shows where the fish are. As soon as it bobs, press X. R1 reels it in, L1 adds slack. Pay attention to the detention gauge, don't let the fish. Snap your line. Tilt the stick left and right, following the movement. Tilt it up and down to raise or lower the pole. Alright. If you control the line's tension and completely reel it in, you'll successfully catch the fish. I was always pretty rough at this. I bet there are lots of fish over there. Alright. Okay, now for some bait. This is what I've got. All the buns! Alright. We're gonna try this. We got this Kiryu. Three chances. Come on, we can do it. Here we go. Oh shit, I let go too hard. God damn it! It's a little bit more challenging than 4. Is this like that Sega fishing game? No, it's a little different. Damn it! I let go too hard. God damn it. The reason it wasn't showing, you clicked the first link and not the second. Oh! No off. Yeah, the first link is just Discord. It's just the page. There you go. I'm glad you found out. I was gonna say, I think if you're on mobile, it detects it and opens on your app. There you go. How do we lose? I'm sad. This is fine. This is a little bit more dynamic than in 4. It's similar to 4, but I feel like there's more you have to do, because there's the height of your pole, and I don't remember your pole being used in 4. At least the height of the pole. That wasn't a thing. You know? Wow, we're doing good. 2 misses. 2 out of 3 misses. Fuck fishing. God damn it. This is fine. Why do we have to fish? Why am I not good at this? I need to try to catch at least one fish. I think I should just not use L1. Using L1 screwed me over. I only tap. I should tap L1 instead of holding it. Here we go. Oh god, this fish is wild. This fish is wild. Why is this taking so long? You've gotta be kidding me. This better be like a shark. I need to be fishing up like a shark. Oh, come on. Come on. We can do this. It's getting closer. Treasure chest. That's not tuna. Did I lose or did I win? I'm not entirely sure right now. Yakuza Crossing, New Horizons. Fishing in Animal Crossing is so much easier than this. That was hard. And it was just a briefcase. Give up piece. I guess. That's not fish though. Definitely looks like a shark. That chest gave an awful lot of fight. I know, that was baffling. Let's wrap up for now, Suzuki-san. How have you done so far? Well, no fish and one box. No luck at all. I haven't caught a thing. I see. I got a few myself, so I guess I win for today. This was the most fun I've had in a while. Let me treat you to something for keeping me company here. Oh, I would want to impose. You wouldn't be imposing. I'm only going to give you what we caught here. I'll go fillet our catch over at my restaurant. It's in Nagasu, so I hope you'll stop by a bit. Wait, he owns a restaurant too. You run a restaurant, Kimura-san? That's right. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's called Sushi Zanmai. Sushi Zanmai. We're open 24/7, all year round. They even call me the Tuna King down at the port. The Tuna King. Hey, I know that name. So you're who that is. Huh? One of my coworkers was talking about you. He was saying how Sushi Zanmai was run by some legendary Tuna King. Ha ha ha. Well, that saves me the explanation. Okay, Suzuki-san. Let's head to my restaurant. I'm not working today, so it's on the house. We get free sushi? I want free sushi. Ugh. Now I just want sushi. That briefcase was wild. That was like Stardew Valley fishing. That was pretty difficult too, I remember. All ready to go, Suzuki-san. I made a seafood rice bowl from what we caught earlier. I hope you like it. Heh. I feel a little guilty getting served by the owner of a famous sushi chain. I think Sushi Zanmai is actually... Isn't it real? I want to say it's real. Like, they have actual companies in these games, but I don't remember if Sushi Zanmai is real. I think it is. Don't know if you want to eat briefcase sushi. I don't think we use the briefcase. It was what he caught. He apparently caught some fish, but we didn't. It's real. That's what I thought. I could have sworn it was real. You remember how difficult it was to get the trophy for fishing in Final Fantasy 15? I actually ignored it. I tried fishing once and then gave up. Don't you worry about that. We're fishing buddies now. Just enjoy the delicate flavors and the thick, fatty textures of the seafood bowl I made you. It doesn't get fresher than this.
Hey.
I'll dig in then. Yay! This is incredible. Made with fresh fish cut up right in front of me by the Tuna King himself. What a rare treat. How do you like it, Suzuki-san? I'm almost speechless. It's perfect. Yeah? I thought you might say that. See, I made this dish with the way you fish in mind. You did? Indeed. At first glance, one might think your fishing form unrefined, but a closer look reveals your fine control and raw power, the envy of any fisherman. I just knew I had to capture that beauty in the form of sashimi on rice. I shall dub my new creation the Dragon Seafood Bowl. Hey. You want McDonald's, Noaf? Is it expensive in my city? No, McDonald's is pretty cheap. Is it expensive where you are, though? I hear McDonald's outside the US can be a little bit pricier in general, but I think the quality is better. McDonald's in the US is pretty, what's the word? Varying levels of quality. Sometimes it's really good, other times it's really bad. And there's just, it is what it is, you know. That's with all fast food, I think. For the most part. He made the dish by mashing buttons, apparently. That's what I did. Blooded! Thank you! What?
It me.
It you! Thanks, Blooded! Happy 38 months! Everyone get some hype in chat. How you been, Blooded? Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a good week. But happy 38 months. Thank you. The quality of McDonald's tends to be far better due to regulations outside of the US. That's true. They probably do have more, I guess. They care more about it, I guess. Outside the US. A little, yeah. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Like I said, McDonald's, a lot of the I guess imported chains, like imported to other countries that are from the US, are probably more expensive. Like Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut is a pizza chain here in the US, and I wouldn't say it's super expensive or anything, but in Japan, based on my experience, Pizza Hut is really expensive there. Like $30 for a medium pizza. It's ridiculous. Medium pizzas are not $30 in the US at Pizza Hut. But the quality is better. So, depends on what you want. You're tired, but good. Oh, gotcha. I'm good too. Thank you. It's good to see you. We're working on some Yakuza 5 today, if you got time to hang out. And yeah, we do still have the option to extend, folks. We're at roughly 30 minutes of stream left. But we've been side questing, so... Big Mac is like 29 SR. Can you tell me what SR stands for? How much is that in US dollars? I'm curious now. Very cool. Rials? Reals? Which country is the currency for? Pizza Hut and the Philippines are about the same price. Dial 9111 for pizza delivery. Is that really what it is? It's more expensive, at least in Japan. Seafood as raw as a dragon's strength. I guess that fits the dish pretty well. It does, doesn't it? This'll be a hit. I'll add it to the sushi zanmai menu straight away. Just like that? Aren't you going to test it out or something first? No, like I told you, I always act on impulse. They're hardly ever wrong, and if they are, I'll own up to it. Besides, this is my way of saying thanks for the inspiration. If I hadn't run into you, I'd probably still be at that river, racking my brain for new menu ideas. Heh, is that right? Then I'm glad I came by. As am I, friend. You're always welcome to fish with me anytime. Oh, and stop by the restaurant sometime. Sushi's on my. Would love to have you back. Oh, that looks good. I miss sushi. 911 for emergencies. 91111. 111 for pizza emergencies. SR is a Saudi currency. Oh, like Saudi Arabia. Okay. Gotcha. Cool. How much is that in US dollars? Anybody want to quickly convert it? Never forgot that number for reasons. Yeah? For pizza? The Dragon Seafood Bowl has been added to the menu at each branch of Sushi Zanmai. That's cool. I'm guessing when we go back to Kamurocho, because I'm sure we're going to go back, we'll be able to access it there too. That's my guess. Nice. Did we finish all the side quests? I think we did. So let me save. Do I have a plate? Am I carrying a plate? I am carrying a plate. I'm gonna go to the item box real quick. Somebody want to fight? Didn't somebody want to fight? I'm confused. Oh, this guy. 29 rials apparently equals 773. How much is a Big Mac normally in US dollars? I actually don't know. That does sound more expensive, actually. Because I don't think Big Macs are $7 in the US. Yeah, 773. Okay. Yeah, I think that's more expensive because I don't think Big Macs in the US are. Oh, whoops! God damn it! I was so close. I could have just stepped on them. Are they all running away? Okay. A Big Mac is $3.99 for you. Oh, wow. That's a huge difference, actually. I didn't realize it was that big of a difference. Damn, that's like $3? Almost $4? No. Yeah, almost $4 difference. Huh. Damn. Well, if you decide to visit the US, Noaf, you can eat all the Big Macs for much cheaper. I don't know if the quality's the same, because, you know, this is the US and quality is very different everywhere. Oh, nice. It's a heat action that's not face to ground. That's good. That's good. Where you going? Okay. Actually, it's not much of a difference in California. How much is it in California? What? If gang members can wear masks to fight, you can wear one too. You know what? That's a good point, Mortate. Good point. Yeah, Diz and I are back to mask wearing. We briefly didn't when they were like, yeah, vaccinated people don't have to. But now we're doing it because it's not worth the risk. Alright, we gotta sell the plate. Let me organize. In Canada, the Big Mac is $5 US. So it's $1 more in the US. It's $4. Oh, in California. I was gonna say, why would California be more expensive with a Big Mac? Pizza's different in the US, that's for sure. I mean, I don't mind the pizza chain pizza anymore, but I definitely prefer local. Local pizza is so much better. For some reason. For some reason, local pizza is just better. I don't know. Like, I really don't like Pizza Hut or Papa John's anymore. Domino's I still like. I will say I still like Domino's. But yeah. Papa John's and Pizza Hut I could skip. It's California, the butt crack of Silicon Valley and home to movie stars. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Sometimes I feel like California is kind of its own country. Who wants to fight? I'm ready. Bring it. Is it you? Yeah, let's go. We gotta level up anyway. Might as well fight. Oh, nice. We didn't have to like rub his face all over the ground. That's exciting. Why does everybody land face down? Domino's has an effect on you, Sleepy. You started with one pizza, now it's just not stopping. Domino's is actually pretty good. Oh, we gotta go to the pawn shop. I actually quite like Domino's. They I don't know if they used to I don't think they used to always be that good, but they really improved since like 10, 15, 20 years ago. You're thinking of visiting Los Angeles, Noaf? Gotcha. One day, maybe after the pandemic. But yeah, California I think it's good for a vacation. I don't know about living there. Los Angeles is something. In Massachusetts, they have thin crust. A lot of places have thin crust. I feel like it's generally... Is it New York style that's thin crust? I think that's what they call it. New York style. I could be wrong. You want to know why I keep saying the name of a certain pizza place incorrectly? You mean Domino's? It's Domino's. Face burn. Yeah, Domino's is good. It's pretty good. You miss Chicago style? Is that the deep dish? I'm gonna go save. That's what I'm doing. I'm gonna save and then go. The Domino's closed up. The rent went way up. Oh, really? That sucks. Yeah, New York style. That's what it is. New York style's the thin crust, and Chicago's the deep dish. After everything be better, you'll take the first and second shot. Yeah. Do it. Do you know if you're gonna be able to get the vaccine soon, Noaf? By any chance? Your Italian roots demand proper pizza. You won't lie. Local pizza's usually the way to go. Yeah. That's true. That is true. Okay, now I can go to the main quest. Here we go. It's the deep dish cheese lasagna pizza monster. Yeah. I went to Chicago once and had actual deep dish there. And it's a lot. Like, it's a lot. I like pizza, but deep dish is usually way too much for me, personally. Way too much. I don't mind it though. I haven't had it in a long time, but yeah. Yeah. After 10 days, you'll take the second shot. Oh, you already got the first one then. Is that what you're saying? Oh yeah, that's awesome. Even better. I thought you didn't have it at all yet. Awesome. Chicago style pizzas kind of remind you of traditional lasagna and calzone type things. Yeah. And it's always a lot of bread. Hi Huntic, thanks for joining. Happy Thursday. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, deep dish is filling. That's because it's a lot of bread. I think it's a lot of crust. It's a little too much sometimes. Right? If you want that much, just go for lasagna. Yeah, that's true. Why not? It's a lot. Every time you went to Chicago, you had to stop by Giordano's. That's what I got. That was the type of deep dish. Giordano's. I remember that. It was good, but it was a lot. I personally like just regular, like, original crust. Or stuffed crust. Stuffed crust is good sometimes. Sometimes it's bad, but sometimes it's good. It depends. How am I doing tonight? I'm pretty good. Thanks for asking. We're working on some Yakuza 5 and chatting about pizza right now. Gasperas Pizza on Gary in San Francisco is a must for the best pizza. If I ever go, I should keep that in mind. I don't think I've ever been to San Francisco, come to think of it. Ever. Yeah, I never got to go. That was where the first TwitchCon was in 2015, but I couldn't go because we were moving. We were coming here to Colorado. So... You had a customer that was anti-vax today, Shin. It was hard not talk. She was like, I'm afraid of what it could do to my body. You definitely wanted to say, well, you know, COVID could do long-term damages and other things. Yeah. I think it's definitely hard to engage with somebody who is anti-vax, I feel like. I personally haven't had that encounter myself. Like, I've never talked to somebody who was anti-vax. I've heard of people being anti-vax, like around, or you know, like Diz's coworkers or something. But like, I've never actually talked to them. So like, it's I don't know how I would have that conversation. I would probably just avoid it too, to be honest. Giordano's is a double-layered deep dish, even more insane than regular deep dish. Yeah, maybe that's why it was a lot. I'm over here like, I'm counting my carbs, no deep dish. Yeah, I mean, I will still splurge and have pizza, because Diz and I, yeah, we're doing low carb, but we still treat ourselves like once a week. Usually once a week we treat ourselves. The rest of the time it's low carb. So, you know, we'll have pizza, or we'll get Indian curry with naan. Oh my gosh, that's so good. Indian curry. Indian curry with naan, especially if you get garlic and cheese naan. Ah, it's the best. Anyway, yeah, we treat ourselves once a week. Otherwise, it's low carb the rest of the time. McDonald's is open 24 hours. We have a few like that here too. Not every single one, but a lot of them. You don't have good stuffed crust there, Phineas? Oh, really? Local places do stuffed crust pretty good, from my experience. Yeah, I was in San Jose. It was 30 minutes away. That's still not San Francisco, though, Phineas. Yeah, I did go to San Jose TwitchCon. Morte, you saw a series of tweets asking if people would engage in an experimental medical treatment if there was a chance it would save their life. Lots of people said yes. Summary, hold on a second. Summary is that she said the COVID vaccine is an experimental medical treatment, so go get it. Yeah, and were the people that were saying no anti-vaxxers? Huntik, you can't take your COVID vaccine now due to your list of allergies and your autism. Does autism have an effect on the vaccine? I don't think that's affected by the vaccine. I don't know about allergies though. Allergies might be. Do you have a vaccine allergy especially? Talking with anti-vax is quite interesting. I can imagine, Mortate. I've never had that experience. Again, I don't know what I would do or say to somebody who was, but you know. Okay, I guess I'll just put that away. I'm gonna go put that away. I need to save anyway, so. Indian curry, non-violence. Your aunt is anti-vax, Sleepy, and she doesn't... Wait, hold on, sorry. She was going to visit your brother. You told him that he should tell her no vax, no visit. He was afraid of the confrontation. You relish in it. You love facing the idiots who don't know science. So what happened in the end? Did your brother manage to, like, put his foot down and be like, no? And did she respect that? Some of them were indeed, yeah. The COVID vaccine is not even experimental. It's not FDA approved, but it isn't as radical as the monoclonal antibodies. Yeah. Oh, good night. Nawaf. Sweet dreams. Thanks for hanging out. Get some good rest. I'll see you soon. Thank you for being here. And take care. Have a good night. Thank you, thank you. Autism doesn't. A friend of yours got the vaccine, so no. There you go. So Huntik, do you hear that? Autism doesn't have anything to do with your ability to get the vaccine. At least I would be surprised if it did. Because I wouldn't put autism in the same category as like allergies. Especially allergies to vaccines. That's not the same. So. If there was more time, you could have invited me into San Francisco. Oh, yeah. There's never enough time when going to conventions. You got allergies from vaccines since you were 2. Ah, MMR vaccine you took, you got an allergic reaction. Gotcha. I understand the hesitation then. That is something you should definitely talk to your doctor about. So. Yeah, thank you, Noah. You gain more superpowers. You can confirm autism doesn't get affected by it. Thanks, Morty. Superpowers! Your brother isn't really on talking terms with you. Oh. You saw him in early August? It was the first time in 3 years you saw him. Oh, shit. That's intense. That's intense. I was trying to grab him on the ground. Did not work out. Did not work out. Okay, we're trying to get to the main quest. I know we only have like 12 minutes, but maybe we'll get to a good pausing point. Alright. We're going to work. Hey, there's the asshole. Finally tracked your ugly face down. Who are you again? Don't pretend like you don't know. We're here to settle the score. Seriously? I have no idea who you are. You do, and you goddamn know it. Now strap in. It's time we pay you back double for what you did to us yesterday. Oh. You're those punks I had to teach a lesson. Guess class is back in session. Are they from the side quest? Not today, pal. No way you're getting one over on us. Not with the backup we got in store for you. So you brought someone else to finish a job you couldn't. Guess you're not just a creep, but a coward too. Oh, from the girl that we saved, I think? Maybe? Yeah, keep talking. We'll wipe that dumb smirk off your face soon enough. Come out here, Nagata-san. This your man? Oh gosh, he's a little intimidating. He's really tall. Is he taller than Kiryu? Mm-hmm. He. Hope you already wrote your will, wrinkle ass. Cause Nagata-san here is a member of the legendary Nagasu Devil Killers. He's part of a gang. Huntik, you're allergic to milk and gluten and soy. Oh, damn. These heat actions are intense. You're having that issue there, Alice. Your brother-in-law invited you to his daughter's birthday party, but you learned from your mother-in-law that him and his girlfriend are not vaccinated and don't plan to. Don't know how to answer because you don't want to start a family war, but you're not comfortable going there since they're not vaccinated. Your own son still being at risk. Yeah, honestly though, I know you said you don't want to start a family war, but you should prioritize you and your immediate family's health, especially your son. So I'm just gonna, I know you didn't ask for my opinion, but my opinion is that, you know, family war or not, or whatever, like this is something that is really potentially life-threatening. And your son is your #1 priority. Like even over your brother-in-law, I guess, I think. I mean, I'm kind of assuming here, but you know, if it were me and my human child wasn't able to get vaccinated because of the current restrictions, and someone in my extended family was like, hey, come over, but they're not vaccinated and they don't want to, like, yeah, I would be like, screw that. I'm gonna protect my child. That's just me personally. Screw, you know, family war or not. I think it's worth saving your son over, so. In the end, you know, if they get salty about it and they're like, oh, you're not coming to my daughter's birthday party, just tell them, I don't even know what to tell them. Tell them wait till after the pandemic's officially over, even if that's in like 2023 or something, you know? Birthdays happen every year. So in the end, you know, it's just not worth the risk. It really isn't. You know? Can't go. I have to go. Where? On a trip. Yeah, you could be like, I'm busy. That's true. Alice, you're just happy your boyfriend's on the same page. You were scared this would turn into a fight between you because you know it's his family. But he's as pissed, if not more, than you. And his brother is that his brother is not getting vaccinated. Yeah. It's interesting because my older brother, not Sky. Not Sky's the one who comes into chat sometimes. Our older brother was planning to not get the vaccine. I don't know if he was necessarily anti-vax, but he was just like, nah, I'm not gonna do it. And I'm just like, why? But he ended up getting it. I was surprised. I was like, whoa. Okay, whatever, that's good. Initially, I was like really unhappy to hear that he wasn't planning to get it, but then he ended up getting it. And I don't know what changed his mind, because he got it like, he told me he wasn't gonna get it, and then he ended up getting it within like a couple months after I had that conversation with him. So I don't really know what happened there, but hey, look, Sky, it's like I just mentioned you. Dramatic entrance. There you go. There you go. How you doing, Sky? Sleepy, you've been staying at home alone for almost 2 years because of the pandemic. You no longer have any patience for vaccine idiots or COVID idiots. At least the arguments feel like human contact. Fair point. Hi, Arcade Guy. With Delta now, even 50% of vaccinated people can get infected, just not die or need hospitalization. But infected vaccinated people can now can transmit. Yeah, that's why they're saying, the CDC was saying, I don't know if they officially passed it, but you know, a lot of places are reinstating mask mandates, even for the vaccinated. So like, because you can still get it and transmit it, and even if you're not necessarily gonna end up dying or getting hospitalized, you know, somebody who's not vaccinated could get it from you, even though you are vaccinated. So in the end, it's better to play it safe than sorry. That's my 2 cents. The first time your son was hospitalized under oxygen and all was because he got pneumonia from a cousin, because her mom, your sister-in-law, still came to the Christmas party even though they knew she had pneumonia and was still even under antibiotics. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, Alice. That is stressful. You're doing good, Sky? Sweet. We're working on some Yakuza. I'm talking about stuff. Think you're tough? Wait till Nagata-san here gets his paws on you. You're gonna look at smears on the ground and wish that was you. The Nagasu Devil Killers. Sorry, never heard of them. You what? Look, can we just get this over with so I can go to work in peace? You're gonna make me late. Kiryu's like, I ain't got time for you. Oh, you work at Nagasu Taxi then? That's none of your business. Heh, you boys were right. This guy's got a real attitude problem. How about we give him a new perspective? From a hospital bed. Okay. Is this a boss fight? Is this what we're doing now? Smack him. Hey, this guy's named Suzuki. We have given everybody road rash so many times today on their face. It's pretty rough. Even though COVID's usually not so bad for kids, your son, having weaker lungs, is at risk of complications. So you have no patience for the anti-vax and their, it's my choice. No, we need herd immunity to protect the people who truly can't get the vaccine. Yeah. Yeah, it's a tough discourse to try to get through to those people because, I mean, I've seen some people compare it to, like the ability to get an abortion, for example. And I'm just like, you know, having control over your body, basically. And I was like, it's not the same. You know, but there have been people who are comparing it to that, and you're like, holy shit. Like, it's people just don't get it. And I'm just like, it's, I don't know. Like I said, I've never had to talk to somebody who was anti-vax, and I hope I never have to, because it would be hard for me to be patient with trying to, like, reason with them, you know? But it is what it is. So, who knows? Arrgh. Get it now? All this tough guy business is only going to get you hurt. Why, you? This ain't over yet. You're gonna regret the day you mess with the devil killers. Okay, whatever, sport. Hey, hold up, Aniki! Oh gosh, we haven't heard that in a while. The devil killers, huh? They don't seem so tough. Well, I should really be getting to work. Time to go to work. So difficult. I don't know if that was like set off by a side quest or by something else. I don't know. We live in a society. You're not allowed to walk around naked everywhere. Oh, I'm not allowed to walk around naked everywhere. I can't piss on a tree in a park, and apparently it's considered unacceptable to lick people's eyeballs, so I accept society's rules. Is it? I guess it, yeah, I don't know why I was gonna ask whether it's unacceptable to lick somebody's eyeball. Isn't that how you give yourself pink eye? I've had pink eye before. It sucks, by the way. When you have to work with children, and children don't know how to wash their hands, so it was not very pleasant. It's the return of the Aniki! You heard Aniki in Final Fantasy VII Remake. Oh, did they? Did they say it? It's also your choice to not wear your seatbelt in a car. Not going to stop you from getting a ticket, though. Yeah. See, that's the thing. There are consequences, yeah, to those actions or inactions. Vinius, your mechanic, also your high school friend, didn't get the vaccine. You don't think he's anti-vax, he just doesn't want it. Well, what's stopping him? We're basically at time, so I'm probably gonna wrap it up here. But what's stopping him if he's not anti-vax? Just out of curiosity, have you been able to have a dialogue with him to see if you could change his mind? Because there are the people who are anti-vax, and then there are just the people who are just hesitant. Because again, it's misinformation. You know, something that Dr. Neuro wants to stop with all the misinformation. But there's a lot of misinformation out there, especially around COVID. And as a result, there's a lot of people who are just hesitant, not necessarily anti-vax, but they have they're misinformed about, you know, side effects or about this or that. And as a result, they just don't. So, where are we at? If you were licking someone's eyeball, you wouldn't be the one getting pink eye. That's true. Oh, the Japanese version. Okay. I didn't realize they had the Japanese version of it. I guess that makes sense. Of course it does. Why wouldn't they have the Japanese version? Anyway, these people are acting like there's never been any laws or rules and calling the measure dictatorship. Shake your head. Yeah. Like I said, I think this will lead to some interesting conversations, especially in 3 weeks with Dr. Neuro, because you know, we're getting to the point where a lot of the people that haven't been vaccinated, at least here in the US, tend to be a lot of the anti-vaxxers. And so we're probably going to talk about how we reach those people, because like it or not, they need to get it if we're going to get over this. And that's a huge challenge, I think. So thank you, Hotshot. Thank you, Muffins. Thank you, Twining. Thank you all so much. This was a great stream. We had some awesome conversations. I hope you all enjoyed that. And yeah, some good energy today. Being hesitant and asking questions is one thing. It's always good to question. But when you're presented with facts and you make the choice to ignore the science because you think you know better, then the people who actually are experts on the topic just can't find a polite word. Yeah. No, I agree with you 100%, Alice. I agree with you. Yeah, that's exactly it. And That's why it's really important to try to, you know, reach those hesitant people. How we're gonna tackle the anti-vaxxers though, I don't really know. I don't have a solution to that either. So thank you, Vinius. Thank you all so much, by the way, for today. This was a really fun stream. We had a lot of great conversations. If anybody is brand new out there and you haven't yet still, make sure you hit the follow button. Follows are free. You don't have to pay for them, but it's a great way to come back, essentially. So if you're enjoying the stream, come back again. Would love to see you. Make sure you follow all the socials, Twitter, Instagram, etc. Make sure you also feel free to join us on Discord if you prefer that for keeping track of the stream. But yeah, this was great. We made some good side quest progress. We didn't actually touch on any of the main quests today in Yakuza 5, but we should be able to start with that next week when we do Yakuza. Otherwise, the rest of this week's schedule, so tomorrow's Friday, I will actually not be streaming because it's going to be kind of my rest day of sorts before Saturday. Saturday, I'm planning a streamathon. So if you're all unaware, every month, once a month, I usually do a streamathon stream, which is where the viewers, you all, the community, controls how long I stream. So this coming Saturday, that's the day after tomorrow, starting at 8 a.m. Pacific time, right here, gonna have a streamathon. There's gonna be 2 hours on the clock to start, counting down, and any extra support will extend the time on that timer. So if you sub, if you resub, if you give subs, if you tip, if you cheer bits, all of that will add time, and Saturday stream could become a 15-hour stream non-stop. It's always a lot of fun because we hit quite a few time zones, and it's a nice way for people in the community who can't typically catch the stream will be able to catch the stream at some point to some extent, because they're usually, you know, they're not always long, but sometimes because it typically tends to be a longer stream, we do cover more time zones, and it's just a lot of fun. So if you're available and if you have time, feel free to drop in on Saturday. Any extra support is always massively appreciated, but 100% optional. But it will actually on Saturday affect the stream length, get us more time together, and extra support literally helps keep this stream running. So I appreciate everybody who does, everybody who has in the past, and everybody who plans to. So regardless, I'll be back then on Saturday. So have a great Friday. Be safe. Take care of yourselves. Yeah, Tanker, we're wrapping up here. We didn't extend, so I'm wrapping up. But I'll be back on Saturday with a streamathon. We usually start being delirious around the 8-hour mark, so it's a lot of fun too. It is. It's always great. We have some great energy. I'm gonna be playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla because we're making really good progress. I've been really enjoying it again recently because for a while Valhalla felt a bit like a chore, clearing the regions because I'm trying to 100% the map. So it's gotten fun again because we've been encountering quite a few glitches and it's just been great. So, but anyway, yeah, I'll be back on Saturday then. Yeah, it's okay, Tanker. You can catch the VOD if you want. We had some great conversations today. But I'll be back on Saturday morning with a streamathon, so don't miss out. Anyway, if you have 5 minutes to spare tonight, feel free to stick around. I'm going to run some ads during the ending screen. All you have to do is turn off your ad blocker and then wait for the stream to go offline by itself. If you don't have time for that, don't sweat it. Go do what you need to do. But I really appreciate you all hanging out and the awesome support, the great conversations, the good energy. Seriously the best. So thank you. Have a great Friday, and I'll see you all on Saturday. Take care, everybody. Bye.
我感觉我做涂鸦是想把它传播给大众，让大众